With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries, now hear us roar. A team with great prospectors now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's six. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
You?
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's 6. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
And he's gone.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
Welcoming players for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone. Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so. But we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Rod Stewart in concert.
Harris runs in and bowls and on leg stump and turned through mid-wicket by Bedingham. Timed nicely, running away to the University stand. 1 for 110 so far. Is in to bowl. Played comfortably into the offside for Beddingham's 150. He will come back for 2 for good measure as the throw comes in from Sisodia. Beddingham's 151 has come off 245 deliveries. Harris bowls and he's edged it through to Chris Cook. And Bedingham has gone for 151. Of the record, 10 record stands for Glamorgan have been in the 2020s. Down leg side from Carlson. Appeal for a catch behind and he's gone.
Gorvin in. And the ball heads off down towards vacant third man for 4. Gorvin round the wicket and over pitched and driven by Rain for 4. That's thumped by Rain out through the covers. And Sam Northeast diving to his right, but nowhere near that. That's gone for 4.
Then make into a big score, and Rain this time chips it straight back to the bowler, and he is caught and bowled.
It's a good view up there as Harris comes in and bowls. Nice shot from Ejaz Patel. He's drilled that back past the bowler, and that might go for 4 towards the far end of the
teaser.
Carlson will continue then from this end. That's a dreadful ball. And
that's a kiss of who would tweet something so silly.
149 now. Make that 50 as he turns the ball off towards long leg. 4-2. 94 balls. Binge of bowling. Left arm spin then. And get after that. Ejaz Patel has log swept it and he's caught. Bowler comes in, driven through the air and wide of short extra cover. And between that and
he comes, bowls, and a big heave.
Sixer, isn't it?
On the leg side by Miles. It's gone all the way. 589 for 9 as this one is hit up towards the University stand, and Billy Root can only stand and watch it.
Copping it here at the end.
Comes in once more as a wideish delivery. That should be out.
That's it.
Where's it gone? Oh, he's
throwing it back over the boundary for 6.
Going to Miles. And
He's out.
He's just flicked a little patch out to mid-wicket, and Durham are all out for 630. He made 33, the lead 240. Right arm round to Ul Hassan. He pulls at a shortish ball and it's away for 4. There is a man at fine leg, but he wasn't going to get across to that one. I think it's
Miles is into Ul Hassan, who nudges it down carefully between slip and gully, and the ball just trickles away gently down the hill.
He just walks up to the crease, doesn't run, a little hop. That's a full toss. That's coming our way.
Hello.
4 runs.
1 bounce 4.
And once again, bowls and a reverse sweep for 4. Ul Hassan.
Cheeky.
Yeah.
3/4 probably left tonight as Ul Hassan hooks at a short ball and has got away with that one. It's flown past fine leg. Bedingham moves wider at slip and Ul Hassan drives through the covers. Is that going to run away for 4 runs? I think it is.
Conan, each run at a time.
McAlinden bowls. There's a appeal for a catch down the leg side and he's gone. Ul Hassan has gone. McAlinden has made the breakthrough. As Salter plays that one nicely through the offside. Delader into the attack, replacing McAlinden. And he's cut the first ball to gully, and Colin Ingram has gone. Delader into Northeast, who's hit on the pad and out first ball, and Delader's on a hat-trick. Positions as Delader in bowls, and Carlson gets one off his legs down to fine leg for 4 runs. Salter on 48 on strike. Delader with 2 wickets to his credit to bowl and bowls him. Salter absolutely cleaned up there. And he comes. Bowls. Root plays the reverse sweep and gets it away for 4 runs. Not daunted by being crowded. Root moves on to 10. Glamorgan 159 for 4.
Bass, two back-to-back half centuries for you in the county championship, and your highest score today as well.
Yeah, I think in the end it was quite easy because they put everyone on the boundary, but no, it's obviously nice to come in when the score is, I don't know what the score was, but 450 or something. Makes you bet a bit, with a bit more freedom, I guess. And then obviously Ajaz and Malsey coming in at the end there helping out was awesome.
Yeah, there were at least 50-run partnerships all the way through the back end of that innings, and a couple of 100-run partnerships as well.
Yeah, no, I think you know, if you want to post a big score, obviously you need either one massive partnership or a lot of small ones. And I think you know, we were always looking at trying to get a lead of at least 150, but in the end 240 is obviously better than expected.
It's Durham's highest score against Glamorgan by something like 109 runs, going all the way back to the first meeting between the two in 1992, a match which included the likes of Ian Botham and Dean Jones in it, so you're talking quite a few years ago.
Yeah, well, that's the first I've heard of it, but obviously massive score, and it allows us to hopefully get a good crack at them tomorrow as well.
Is it a really flat track? It looks a bit slow. Is it a really good batting track?
I wouldn't say it's that slow. There's not a lot of carry, so I think our plans are going to be try and ball as straight as we can, and you know, there's a couple of balls that have gone under the bat, keep that in play, but yeah, I mean, as a batsman, if one doesn't go under your bat, I think there's a possibility of making a lot of runs.
And a great start with a ball for you tonight. Wicket with you first, wicket with you second.
Yeah, I don't think I deserved the wicket with my first ball, or wide and short. But it was nice to get him into my spell like that. And then obviously the second one put Glamorgan on the back foot a bit. So I think it was a great start. Yeah.
Well, I think it was Ingram, wasn't it, with the first with a cut shot, and it was a low catch from David Bedingham. I wasn't sure it was going to carry. I mean, he snatched that just before it hit the ground.
Yeah, it was a great catch. I owe Bedders for that.
And then the next one, Sam Northeast, LBW, first delivery.
Yeah, that was nice. There was one that kind of went under the bat, I guess, and that's we're hoping we can get some more of them tomorrow.
Third before the end of play for you. Interesting, of course, Kieran Carlson's still in, and he scored 162 in the first innings. He's had a century against Durham earlier in the year, so this is by no means on that track a foregone conclusion. Work's going to be needed tomorrow to try and get the remaining 6 wickets.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you saw how he was batting just now. It didn't look that uncomfortable. So I guess we got to try and come up with a plan to get him or lure him in, or get the other guys, keep getting off strike and ball as many as we can to the other guys. You know, if you want to post a big score, obviously you need either one massive partnership or a lot of small ones. And I think, you know, we were always looking at trying to get a lead of at least 150, but in the end 240 is obviously better than expected.
It's Durham's highest score against Glamorgan by something like 109 runs, going all the way back to the first meeting between the two in 1992, a match which included the likes of Ian Botham and Dean Jones in it, so you're talking quite a few years ago.
Yeah, well, that's the first I've heard of it, but obviously a massive score, and it allows us to hopefully get a good crack at them tomorrow as well.
Is it a really flat track? It looks a bit slow. Is it a really good batting track?
I wouldn't say it's that slow. There's not a lot of carry, so I think our plans are going to be try and ball as straight as we can, and you know, there's a couple of balls that have gone under the bat, keep that in play. But yeah, I mean, as a batsman, if one doesn't go under your bat, I think there's a possibility of making a lot of runs.
And a great start with a ball for you tonight. Wicket with you first, wicket with you second.
Yeah, I don't think I deserved the wicket with my first ball, or wide and short. But it was nice to get him into my spell like that. And then obviously the second one put Glamorgan on the back foot a bit. So I think it was a great start. Yeah.
Well, I think it was Ingram, wasn't it, with the first with a cut shot, and it was a low catch from David Bedingham. I wasn't sure it was going to carry. I mean, he snatched that just before it hit the ground.
Yeah, it was a great catch. I owe Bedders for that.
And then the next one, Sam Northeast, LBW, first delivery.
Yeah, that was nice. There was one that kind of went under the bat, I guess, and that's we're hoping we can get some more of them tomorrow.
Third before the end of play for you. Interesting, of course, Kieran Carlson's still in, and he scored 162 in the first innings. He's had a century against Durham earlier in the year, so this is by no means on that track a foregone conclusion. Work's going to be needed tomorrow to try and get the remaining 6 wickets.
Yeah, 100%.
I haven't seen that.
I mean, you saw how he was batting just now. He didn't look that uncomfortable. So I guess we got to try and come up with a plan to get him or lure him in, or get the other guys keep getting off strike and ball as many as we can to the other guys.
Cool. I think I left my microphone on there. That was Bas de Leede, and I think the reason I left my microphone on because I was looking for something that somebody just tweeted me, and it is a podcast, the Bas de Leede all-rounder Netherlands men's cricket team, and this has been sent by Abraham Abhishek. Sorry for the shameless plug, but could we give it a mention? So that's there on Twitter, and I'll try and retweet that for you all so you can have a listen to what he has to say in that. You might have heard Nick mentioning there international lists of teams in matches. When can we mention that then? Has it been in it? Oh, hang on. You're not turned up on there. Oh, hang on. We haven't got the... We've done this again. There we are. Turn you on.
Electricity sometimes helps power things. I know I've got a loud voice at times, but I can't shout to the nation. This has just been released. Men's international and women's international venues for the period 2025 to 2031. So Durham gets a men's T20 in 2025. Next year, an ODI TP. Basically, Durham has got over those 7 years, I think, 9 fixtures. And Cardiff has got 12, I believe. There's also allocation of women's fixtures, in which Durham will stage 5 games over the 7-year period, as will Glamorgan. So those will come out, no doubt, in the BBC Sport website very, very shortly. No test matches in Cardiff. Southampton has got an Ashes test match. Glamorgan have got 2 in the first 2 men's games in the first 5 years of that period, and then just the 1 ODI in the following 2 years, which is not too great, but hopefully the women's game will grow in popularity and be equally lucrative for the counties as the men's in time.
Interesting that Durham have got slightly more than 1 a year, because this was one of the things that Tim Bostock, the chief exec, was saying when we were in a members forum a few weeks ago. They were trying to see if there was a way in which they could get more than 1 international a year. So I'll go through that list and try and pick out the innards for you. But they did cite, I think, Glamorgan is an example of a club that normally gets more than the 1 a year. So,
yeah, it's been 1 some years and 2 others recently. But as I say, the addition of or the upgrading of women's international cricket might bring a few more pounds, as well as, of course, welcome attention to the women's game.
And if things do go to plan, there'll be a lovely hotel here by the time that next round of international matches takes place or starts to run its course. A Hilton Garden type effect, which will look a bit like the Point at Old Trafford and a bit like the Hilton Garden outside of the Stadium of Light in Sunderland.
Can you make sure our broadcast point isn't quite as high as it is in Southampton? Because we're miles up in the air and have difficulty in seeing things.
And then when it rains, you've got to close those heavy doors as well. Bang on 11 o'clock here, Bas de Leede, the man of the moment, is bowling to Carlson. That's gone down the leg side and is taken by Ollie Robinson. So de Leede yesterday taking 3 for 17 at 1 point in 5 overs. It's now 3 for 25 in 6.1. But he got Ingram and North East in consecutive balls, and then Salter a few overs later, about 4 or 5 overs later, comes in again. This is defended. In fact, he got the first 2 with his first 2 balls, and then Ingram in his 5th over, so that's how it worked.
Yeah, he certainly made an impact on the match yesterday, didn't he? Steering that tail-end effort. While the bottom three hit around them merrily, he played a steadying effort there and then blasting away three of the first 4 wickets.
Carlson. That's a bouncer down the leg side. It bounces out the keeper's gloves, but it lands just fractionally behind him. Carlson's on 35, Root's on 10. Carlson got a big score in the first innings, 162. He got a century in the previous county championship match. Down at Hove was 192, I think. He got 100 against Durham in Cardiff a few weeks ago as well. So he's been in canny nick. He always seems to get runs against Durham, actually.
Could do with some today.
In comes Deleda. That's another bouncer. It's just how many bouncers players can bowl in an over compared to how many they should do always mystifies me.
Yeah, it's meant to be 2 and over in Championship, isn't it? And 1 and over in limited overs cricket, but a lot of short balls don't seem to get counted.
Oh, now the Yorkies returned to Chesterfield today, needing 65 more to win with 4 wickets to spare, and Mark Watts got a wicket first ball of the day. Oh, there's a wicket here as well, and Carlson has punched the ball close in on the leg side to Craig Miles. And a bit of a false shot. He was through it a little bit too early there, and he departs for 36. And Glamorgan are 159 for 4, and they still trail for 5, and they still trail by 81. Big wicket, that one.
Well, absolutely. The start that Glamorgan didn't want. Kieran Carlson just feeling his way into the day, and the first time that he's tried an offensive shot, he's flicked it straight to a fielder. So good captaincy from Borthwick, good bowling to his field from Deleda, and Carlson, the man of the moment for Glamorgan, is not the man of the day because he's gone for 35. 159 for 5, still 81 runs behind. And now a battle to avoid an innings defeat, let alone take this game deep into the day. Prem Sisodia, the number 11, is wandering around in his training kit. There we are. I'd better get the dressing room just in case. Tim van der Hoogten is now jogging towards the dressing room as Chris Cook makes his way out to the middle. So let's hope Glamorgan have got someone else padded up as well. Otherwise, it really will be action stations. Chris Cook, a man who's batted through the final day a couple of times that I can remember, once at Bristol, once against Notts in Cardiff. I did suggest to him last night that he might need to do that, and well, it's virtually all day bar 5 balls.
Well, this is his best figures anyway. Now, what's he got? 4 for 25. Out the 5th ball of the day. Here we go, update for Radio Newcastle. You all think that I've got my feet up every day in the sunshine, in a Panama hat, sipping G&T and all the rest of it. We're normally all summer indoors in the shade, in the cold, while everybody else is outside in the sunshine. I can tell you, though, the sun is shining on Durham today because they've got a wicket in the first over. Baz Deleda has seen off Kieran Carlson for 35, a big wicket. Carlson got 162 in the first innings. He clipped the 5th ball of the day to Craig Miles at short mid-wicket, and off he went. So they hadn't added to their overnight score. So Glamorgan now 159 for 5 and still 81 behind. Excuse me, could I just have a bit more ice in that drink, please? Thank you. No, I haven't. I've got my shorts on. We've got the window open, but we're indoors, so we never see the sun. That's why at the end of the cricket season, when I come back to work, it looks like I've been moonbathing all summer. Anyway, where were we? Chris Cook, the new batsman, in, and he's faced the 1 ball during that bulletin.
Yep, which was the end of the Deleda wicket maiden to start the day. And it'll be Ben Rain to bowl from the Finkel end, from which we are commentating in the media centre, and he'll be bowling to the left-handed Billy Root on 10 not out.
So this is Baz Daleeda's career best figures, 4 for 25.
Rain round the wicket to Root, who defends on the leg side, no run. So the field for the left-hander, there's a slip, a gully and a point. That's usually the area that opposition teams populate fairly thickly for Billy Root. Not quite as much as usual today, because there are 2 on the drive on the leg side as Root is forward, playing back to the bowler, and there is no run. So Glamorgan yet to get going this morning. If you are just joining us, and Carlson has gone the 5th ball of the day, clipping Daleida to Miles at mid-wicket. In comes Rain, and bowls appeal for LBW from behind the stumps. Ben Rain joined in the manner of backing vocals there, but I don't think he was that interested. Plenty of sun hats in evidence in the Durham field today. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everyone on the leg side, bar fine leg. Plus gully. Sun hat mania. Well, it's justified today, that's for sure. Rain in to bowl to Ben Root, who falls over playing that one forward, or trying to play it. And the ball goes through to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. So hope against hope from Glamorgan from now on. As Ben Rain is in to Billy Root, who meets that with a firm enough bat, but there's a good scrambling stop by the skipper Borthwick. At wide mid-off, throws it in, promptly gets the ball back again. And Glamorgan still haven't scored this morning. 1-5-9 for 5. Well, if Durham do wrap it up by lunch, I might actually nip back to Cardiff in between fixtures, which I wasn't scheduled to do. Glamorgan will be hoping to make sure I don't do that by batting as long as they possibly can, as an extra man comes in. I think that's Travaskis, the sub. And he's come into a silly mid-off position. Here's Rain into bowl, and Billy Root plays it 2. That short cover, silly mid-off position. And a maiden over from Ben Rain. So 2 overs delivered by Durham this morning, and Glamorgan yet to get underway, and they've lost a crucial wicket. So after Root and Cook, the batting to come. Gorvin, Van der Hoogten, Harris and Sisodia. And none of the bottom 5 got into double figures in the first innings, as Rain and Miles cleaned them up. And looking back on the course of this match, well, both sides really turned in good top order performances in the first innings, but Glamorgan's bottom order was blown away, whereas Durham's more than doubled the score, which is a very considerable difference, and has led the leaders to be the leaders, led by Daleida, to be in with a strong victory shout here.
Here he comes, Lumley end, and that's a short one down the leg side, which Cook just rocks out the road of. 7 overs, 4 for 25 from the leader.
More Glamorgan players heading back from the nets.
The leader in again, and forward comes the bowler, and he plays it so straight it hits the stumps at the bowler. The batsman comes forward, hits the ball into the stumps at the bowler's end. Got it all out eventually. Not quite in the necessarily right order.
Yeah, it looks as though the GS Bowl is the winner in terms of test matches as Cook defends in this allocation. Edgbaston remains the home of Vitality Blast Finals Day. England women will play at Lords during each of the 7 years during this period. Edgbaston will remain the home. Yes, done that one. So Southampton gets tests against India and Australia.
Next ball's gone down the leg side from Deleda, bowling to Cook. Low down the leg side.
So Headingley doesn't get a men's Ashes test in 27, but does get a women's Ashes test.
Funny how test status was taken away from Durham because of financial irregularities, then taken away from Yorkshire because of everything that went on there last year, and then given back to them.
Indeed.
Durham don't have tests. Strange. Delader's got a leg slip in, and that's another short one to Cook. Might change his tactics and bowl one at the stumps now just to see if he's concentrating. Does it have them in list format? Oh, I can't read that with my eyes.
It's quite difficult to work out, to be honest.
All of Durham's are to be confirmed. The later in does bowl at the stumps. That's gone off the point. How do you make it bigger? Good over. It's a maiden. Right, so Durham, a T20 in 25, an ODI against India. Sorry, an ODI to be confirmed, and a T20 against India. A T20 in 27, Australia ODI in 28, and an India T20. That's a big year, then, isn't it? Right, so
that should get you into the black.
7 years worth of fixtures there, then.
Yeah, it's forward planning, all right.
You over?
As the first ball thereof produces a run. Huzzah! As Root turns it out into a little gap on the offside and goes through for a single. While we try and digest these international figures in a rather indigestible format. As Borthwick comes round and has a chat with Ben Rain. It's a ring of iron on the offside. Slip gully point cover. Mid off. Cover is now coming in to a catching position. There's also a man on the drive on the leg side as Rain comes in to bowl to Chris Cook, who edges, and it doesn't quite carry to slip. Cook just about getting on top of that. And not a true stroke by any means. I'm pretty sure that didn't carry, otherwise there would have been rather more of a reaction from the fielders, I think. 160 for 5, Glamorgan. 1 for 1 this morning. As Rain is on his way in away from us and bowling to Cook, who plays it through the offside. Not a full force shot. They will come through for 2, and they'll have a look at the third and then realise that the ball is heading back their way, and Billy Root rapidly returns to the bowler's ends. 162 for 5. Chris Cook is off the mark with a couple of runs.
Right, I've made sense of it.
Congratulations.
I've written it down. Can't read my writing now.
It's theirs. You need to get baked beans and milk on the way home.
Yeah. Foie gras as well.
G&T. Rain is in to bowl to Cook, who pushes forwards and is beaten.
Right, in a nutshell, Durham have been awarded 7 years' worth of fixtures. Let me count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that bit's right. By the ECB, with the latest international schedule published today. So that goes from 2025 to 2031. So there are no tests, but there are a mixture of T20s and ODIs, with one of each in 2026 and 2028. The ODI opponent in 26 is yet to be announced, but India will play at the Riverside in a T20 that year. And the only other opponents known so far are in 2028, when Australia will play an ODI and India will be back for another T20.
Kitching. Rain bowls, Cook defends on the offside, and there's no run.
And I think that's all you need to know from a Durham perspective.
Rain is in to bowl to Cook, very open stance, and he plays that one out on the offside. 3 runs off the over, 162 for 5. Glamorgan 78 runs short of avoiding an innings defeat. Lots of careful consultation as to the field. I presume the over 8 is decent. Does that say level on the bottom of the board? It's in such small writing. They finished pretty much on time last night, 6:10.
Comes the ball. That's clattered away past point for 1 run.
4 runs.
Sorry, 4 runs. Hang on, that list. I need to look at it again, don't I? I've just forgotten. There was a second section underneath, wasn't there? Was that women's matches?
The women's matches, yeah.
Right.
I think it was 5 of those for Durham over the 7 years.
Yeah, it doesn't say it other than a white ball fixture. And stays low en route. No run there.
Good voice this morning.
He is. He wasn't as lively as this yesterday, was he? Delayed around the wicket. Route places up to Sporthwick at mid-off. No run there.
It's starting to look pretty ominous for Glamorgan at the moment.
Delayed around the wicket. Route pushes the ball to Miles at short extra cover. The later in. Oh, playing a miss as Root went back into his crease there. He still had to go at the ball. He's done a little bit too much on him there.
He was lucky to avoid the edge there.
Next ball is pushed away towards short mid-wicket.
Root with a century in the first match of the season, the first innings of the season indeed, against Gloucestershire. In terms of the team setup, it's having a specialist bat at 6 or 7 means you need all-rounders in the top bit of the order, really. And with David Lloyd, they've got the extra seamer there. And Ul Hassan and Salter both batted and bowled in this match. As Rain is in to bowl to Chris Cook, who is forward. Reminder that in the second 11, Glamorgan have a semi-final in the T20 finals day against Hampshire, which is tomorrow afternoon at Wormsley. Free entry for all. As there's a shouldering of arms from Chris Cook and the ball goes through outside off stump. So if you are able to make your way to the Getty estate in deepest home counties.
Does look lovely there. It did feature in one of these murder mystery things as well. In the Super 10 or something. Cricketers dying in varying horrible ways.
There's Rain bowls and Cook drives it back past him and it's fielded at mid-off. Was that a Midsummer Murders?
It was something like that, which begs the question, who in their right mind would go and live in Midsummer? I mean, what's your life expectancy?
Not great. Especially if you're a well-known actor. You only get to film 10 minutes worth, plus a few flashbacks. Rain is in to bowl to Cook, and he defends it back to the bowler. 166 for 5. Hang on. I thought it said 168 a minute ago. That's strange. Definitely said 168 a minute ago. Have they put a no ball on by mistake and taken it off again? 166 for 5 is on the board at the moment. And Rain bowls to Cook, who plays one out on the offside, and there's no run.
Just going back to that list of international matches, that's India here twice in 2 years.
All right.
For T20s.
There we are. Well, I suppose they're a well-followed side, aren't they?
But the way it's all been carved up, England and India and Australia, the powerhouses of world cricket, you just don't see enough of the other teams anymore, do you? When was the last time Bangladesh were here, for instance?
Rain bowls and Cook shapes to play at it. I'm not sure if he went through with the shot or played inside deliberately. Through it went to Ollie Robinson. It's a Rain maiden over. 11 overs, 4 of which have been maidens, 0 for 34. Well, in Test cricket, it is very much the big three and everyone else occasionally.
What was this film called? The Death of a Gentleman? The documentary about it, how it all happened. I was talking to Alan Walker, one of the Durham coaches, yesterday. He's a big Huddersfield fan. And I said, any news about anything happening at Huddersfield then? Because they managed to stay up at the end of the season. Guess what's happened today? Delayed around the wicket. This is whipped away off the hips by Root for 4, past backward square leg.
Manager been sacked?
No, well, he's the saviour, isn't he?
Oh, well, doesn't matter. They sack him anyway if they...
One more year. One more year. Neil Warnock gets one more year.
Oh, Warnock. Oh,
Yeah.
gosh, he's immensely entertaining.
And Ronnie Jepson will stay on as well. He was at Cardiff, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's always good for the media, Neil Warnock.
Amazing that of all the clubs he's been to, he never came to Sunderland. They've had plenty of managers over the years. Delayed around the wicket to Root. That's faded away to a leg gully, no run.
More clubs than Rory McIlroy.
There's a conversation going on. The dog's joining in. I wonder whose dog it is.
A player's dad somewhere.
Maybe. Yeah. Sprinkling of spectators in the ground today. Delayed out round the wicket to Root. Root defends the ball on off stump and it runs up to Borthwick.
What? Edward Cooper, by necessity, a quick quiz for us. What is the sporting connection between Cardiff and Surbiton that we were talking about?
Tennis. Delayed out to... Oh, it's a short one. And Cook nearly ducks into it. Sorry, not Cook, it's Root. Just over his head there.
Tennis?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll take your word for it. And he posts a picture of the Good Life cast. Oh! Cardiff and Surbiton will compete in the top level of England Hockey's Premier Division.
Certainly becoming a sporting dynasty, Surbiton, isn't it?
With Cardiff having won the men's Division 1 North.
Delayed out to Root, another short one. Keeper takes it down the leg side.
In which Durham University finished third. Where's Cardiff in the North Division of anything? There must be a lot of hockey teams in the south of England. If Cardiff is in the north.
Well, yeah, this is what I was saying about the National League North the other day. Gloucester City are in it and Bracknell Town. It's a 3.5 hour drive to Bracknell for me. It's probably further for Gloucester. Next ball comes in. They've all been shortish. It's a no ball signal that time, though.
Bit of love for the Zain Ul Hassan interview on social media. Abu Said says the hardest working player out there and a wonderful person. Amar Wahid supporting those remarks. Love this guy. Hard-working, humble and a quality player. Well, he's been good with the bat so far.
Next ball is in and played away from around about mid-off to short mid-wicket. No run there.
Thank you, Edward Cooper, for increasing the sum of our hockey knowledge. Steve James, the former Glamorgan captain, has joined in with the discussion of travels, in which Edward pointed out that Steve played a Sunday League game at Hartlepool and was then told he had to drive to Folkestone. Steve said it was actually Sittingbourne and he got a duck.
Yeah, detail, Edward, detail.
172 for 5. Yeah, long journeys followed by him to go out in the middle to open the batting. Not guaranteed success. Rain bowls and turned off his legs by Cook. I think it was pads. They'll get a single run. Down to fine leg. Good chase by keeper Robinson to keep them down to 1 leg bye. Leg byes, of course, being the tool of the amateur scorer because you can add and delete them to the scorecard and they don't affect anything else whatsoever. So if things don't add up at the end of the day in an amateur cricket scorebook, use the leg byes. No one will notice, unless there's 50 of them. As that sees Root deflect one to backward square leg, and there is no run. Root 19. Cook just the one scoring shot so far. Next delivery from Rain around the wicket is short and wide outside off stump.
It's a bit erratic looking.
Having nothing to do with it. Billy Rain, not tempted to try and hook a ball there. Would really have been actually more suitable for the uppercut, but even though Root is bat who likes to take things on, is reining himself in as he faces Rain. As that's outside off stump and allowed to go through by Root. Looking to try to dig in for the long haul. But there's a lot of hauling to be done by Glamorgan today, if there's again anywhere near the chance of saving this match. As Rain runs in, bowls to Root, who defends on the offside. There is no run. Well, Yorkshire are making something of a fight back, having collapsed badly, losing 4 wickets for 7. They now need just 36 more runs to beat Derbyshire with 3 wickets remaining, and Shan Masood has been joined by Dom Bess in a stand of 29. As one of the helmets from behind the keeper is lobbed to a man, rather bulky pads going in at short leg. Ban Rain into Billy Root. Keeps a little bit low, but Root defends it well out on the offside, and there's no run. If you are just joining us here on BBC Sport Online, applause for another Rain maiden. Glamorgan losing a wicket, the 5th ball of the day, when Kieran Carlson, with his first aggressive thought of the day, really, clipped Baz Deleda to Craig Miles at shortish mid-wicket, providing Deleda with his 4th wicket, and therefore a career best.
Davy Fennick has sent a map of the National League North.
Right, it's north of the M4, is it?
Well, it looks like it tips the M4.
Oh,
well, yeah, north of the M4, basically. Bishop Stortford, Brackley Town, I mentioned them. As Deleda comes in, he's got 2 short mid-wickets in, and it's turned in that direction by Cook along the floor, though. Hereford are in it.
Yeah.
Banbury United. You see, so my cousin lives in a little village called Warmington, about 5 miles north of Banbury, and when I cut across to go and see her, you come round near Bracknell. Brackley, that says, doesn't it? Brackley. Isn't that where the motor racing?
I've no idea about Brackley.
Formula One round there. It's not far from Silverstone at Toaster. It's gone off the square leg.
I'll tell you where Bracknell is, because I drive through there.
Where's Bracknell? Is that on the M4?
Bracknell's just south on, if you're going to Twickenham, which is my sort of rugby term of reference, you can either come off the M4 just after Reading and cut through Bracknell and up the M3. That's to avoid going round the M25.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if Brackley's where one of the Formula One teams are based rather than Bracknell. Then you've got Rush All Olympic, Tamworth. My brother-in-law lives in Tamworth. There's a lot of people like Kings Lynn. I mean, that's a hot lake, isn't it? Boston United, there's a derby for you.
Kings Lynn is a hike from most places,
Yeah,
I think.
the Wash Derby.
Unless you live in Kings Lynn.
Scunny. Scunny's nearest team appear to be Farsley Celtic or Curzon Ashton. In comes Deleda. That's a Yorker length ball played away by Cook up to mid-on. And then you go, so you can, basically, the furthest north, right, you've got Blythe Spartans, and then you've got South Shields, who've just gone up this year, travelling all the way to Gloucester or Bishop Stortford. Semi-professional football. The travelling costs must be amazing.
You wonder how they manage it without further regionalisation, really.
Yeah. Next ball is a no ball. All Pollard's arm is outstretched.
Been relatively quite a lot of them in this match, haven't there? Yeah. You'd have thought that a league at that level would sort of regionalise further and have a Midlands and a North, rather than just a North where you have to travel hundreds of miles, as you say, for semi-pros, amateur-ish sides.
That's gone down the leg side. A little attempted waft there by Cook. My cousin's husband is the chairman and owner of Redditch now. So you've got quite a few. I think they're the Midlands Premier League or Southern League. I can't remember which, but
that's quite a responsible position, really, being a club owner at that sort of level,
yeah.
without having to put loads of your own money in.
What league did they play in? Here comes Deleda in, he bowls. It's a short one, and Cook looks to pull, and I don't know if he's pulled out of that or he's just missed it.
I think
he's just missed it there.
Yeah. He's looking a bit scratchy, Chris Cook. He's not always the most confident starter, and he needs to get something off the middle of the bat to get going, really. Not much happening in Bristol by the look of it. Gloucester against Leicester. Gloucester 368, Leicester 350. Gloucester 47 for 1. Don't think they're going to get a positive result there somehow.
Next ball comes in, played out through mid-wicket. There's two diving after it. They all miss it. Borthwick comes sprinting round from mid-on and does very well there. He's on that like a flash. Just the one run instead of two.
Down at Hove, Sussex, who were 60-odd behind on first innings, are 397 for 6 in their second innings, with Allsop on a very stolid 85 not out, and Carson on 70 not out, including 3 sixes. So looks as though... is Sussex going to declare that? We'll find out. Sussex against Worcestershire. Worth keeping your eye on that one, maybe, if this one does finish early.
They are in the Southern League Premier Division Central. It's a mouthful, isn't it? So they have a bit of travelling around. Hitchin Town. Where's Hitchin again? That's down St Albans. Where is it?
Yeah, Hertfordshire. Hitchin, yes.
Yeah. Got a derby just over the hill at Olver Church. That's near Bromsgrove as well. Biggleswade, that's a canny journey, isn't it? Some travelling these teams do.
Ajaz Patel is to bowl for the first time today. He's been tight, but hasn't got in the wickets as yet.
I think you'll be passing Biggleswade if you go from Chelmsford from here.
As Patel in, bowls in his first ball is dispatched towards the boundary, and I think it'll just get there, despite the chase from McAlinden, who almost ends up in the ground staff's laps. Dispatched through mid-wicket, that's the boundary that maybe will get Chris Cook feeling a little bit better. He moves to 7, 180 for 5.
Just tweeted the international information.
Next delivery is defended.
I mean, they're big draws. India and Australia are in T20s and ODIs, and I have 2 of them in the one summer.
As that one is pushed back to the bowler.
I did about an 18-mile bike ride last night round the country lanes across Washington towards Nissan.
Was pushing forward there, is beaten by that one.
But when I've woken up today, there are little lumps appearing on my arms and my legs. I think I rode through a swarm of midges on one country lane. I was covered from head to toe in these little black insects.
Patel bowls. Cook is forward defending.
RT Wheatley says, I can't contain my excitement. That's really internationals. The Cricket Geek's listening. Peter says, Mercedes Formula One team are in Brackley. There you are. That answers it.
Morning, Peter. As that's noodled away by Cook down towards fine leg, they'll run a comfortable 182 for 5.
I knew that would be the sort of nerdy, geeky thing he would know.
Absolutely. Yeah. Before he must be jetting off to West Indies within a few weeks.
Far away. When's the Caribou Premier League start? July? Mike Duncan, I see no tests for Durham yet. A club like Yorkshire gets some. There's something wrong.
Yeah, I mean, this is before, of course, the latest episode in the Yorkshire psychodrama, which is, I think, due to be announced later this month, isn't it?
I heard that phrase used a lot in the last week. I think people are generally using it in terms of Boris Johnson on news bulletins and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, I think there's a lot going on in Yorkshire one way or another.
Damo's wondering when these international fixtures will be. Will it be too early in the year when it's too cold so they can protect Lords and Surrey? Well, a lot of the internationals they play here are high summer. Last year's was the hottest day on record when they played South Africa here. So when was that? Mid-July? Wormsley Cricket have tweeted us. Can you please mention Glamorgan are playing Hampshire in the second semi-final of the second 11's final day tomorrow. The first semi-final, Yorkshire against Derbyshire, starts at 10:30. Free entry to all.
Yep, I've mentioned that already.
So they messaged you as well. You over here. Who's this bowling on? This is Miles replacing Deleda. Ball played out through mid-wicket. They must have tweeted us individually then, because you're not on that tweet.
No, my friend and former colleague Lawrence passed the information on to me. I think he's planning to attend and be the Glamorgan Barmy Army.
Sausage Fingers pointing out that Yorkshire's been awarded 13 internationals during that period. In comes Miles. This is tapped away out through mid-wicket by for 1. He moves on to 20. Did you just look at the score for Derbyshire there or not?
Yeah, they needed 30 odd still with 3 wickets left.
Right.
Putting together a bit of partnership.
That might go down to the wire. Bottom side Yorkshire. Derek says, wish we were there, but we have front seats at home and one of the windows are open. The kids are at my side, he says. I just mentioned in my preview of the day's play, it was nice and hot again. Malcolm says, just tough it out, Martin. Somebody's got to do it. We've got a nice cool draft coming through the window today. I can't think at any time this week I've felt hot in this room. Have you?
No.
No. Just been nicely balanced. Peter's expanding his franchise portfolio as Miles comes in here to bowl to Cook. It's a York. Cook gets it out just.
Oh, he was talking about something about the States as well, was he?
Yeah, he said Major League Cricket in Texas for me first,
yes.
Then on to the Caribbean Premier League. I leave home for the summer in 2 weeks. I'm going to miss Glamorgan playing in Neath, 4 miles from my house, which is disappointing.
I don't know. Fancy tearing yourself away from Sapphire Gardens and the Knoll just to go to Texas and the Caribbean. What sort of decision is that from a man?
Unbelievable. That's a wideish half volley. It's stubbed away over the covers for 4 by Cook. He saw it early enough out towards the castle stand. There was a very good song that I've got on my playlist, which was on Six Music playlist a couple of years ago. Leon Bridges, Texas Sun. Nice, snappy little tune. I think the cricket's in Dallas, isn't it? For this
Well, no doubt Peter can tell us if he's listening.
Major League Cricket rather than Houston, but in comes Miles, pushed away to point. They're trying to convert some old baseball stadiums into cricket grounds. I think that was the gist.
Yeah, well, it makes sense, doesn't it?
In 1999 and 2000, I went to visit a friend who lived in an area just outside of Houston called Katy. And both years we filled in our immigration forms, got to the front, and we got the same immigration guy who said, you filled it in wrong, go to the back of the queue. But he wouldn't tell us what we'd done wrong. Another no ball here. Where's the white line at that end? Are they not seeing it? Where's it gone?
Well, it's probably a bit scuffed up by now, but I suppose it's Miles's first match as a home player here. I mean, no doubt he's played him a few times in Gloucester or Warwickshire colours in the past.
So we went to the back of the queue both years, but not knowing what it was we hadn't done right, we had to get another form and fill it in and try and work out, try and spot what we'd done wrong. This is fended away by Cook off towards backward square leg for 1 run, and it transpired we just hadn't ticked a box.
Oh,
that was all it was, and the guy could have said to us,
"Put a stick.
Sorry, you need to tick that box," and he didn't.
Yeah.
You haven't filled this in. Go to the back of the queue.
Yeah.
And I've travelled around the world, and I've been to America a number of times, and American immigration is generally a miserable experience. And then you go to Canada, and it's like, hey guys, how are you doing? How are you? You four. I'm not kidding you. On honeymoon, we went into Calgary, and we got lassoed by a Mountie in Calgary airport because the Calgary Stampede was on, and everybody was in fancy dress in the airport. And oh, you guys are on honeymoon. You come to the Stampede. Hey, have a great time. You go to New York a few days later, and what are you doing here?
It's is this a drinks break?
It is.
Or a ball changing
The
break?
igloos on.
190 for 5. Glamorgan need another 50 to make Durham bat again, with 5 wickets in hand. Carlson caught Miles bowled to lead a 35. Cook 14 not out. Root 20 not out. I was on a working on a rugby tour between Canada and the United States, and we had loads of equipment, and I was carrying quite a lot onto the plane, and we had a summariser who was a former Wales international big strapping, so I said, "Oh, do you mind carrying this bag for me?" Yeah, fine, no problem. So we were going through security, and I'd gone through and hear this cry from behind me, "Nick, help!" And I'd left a Stanley knife in the onboard baggage, which, you carry various knives and screwdrivers around to fix things. And there was a very sharp knife lifted. And he asked me to carry it. Yeah, luckily the Canadians, as you say, being generally forgiving folk, were just about managed to see the funny side of us and just threw the knife away, rather than arresting my my colleague.
Peter says the Dallas suburbs, in a place called Grand Prairie, formerly the home of minor league baseball team, the Texas Air Hogs. I don't believe that's true. He's made that up.
Yeah.
Now a cricket stadium.
Well, I just hope Peter gets his salary up front, because the rugby union major league setup has been somewhat shaky financially, and a couple of clubs have gone pear-shaped.
Well, if they don't pay him, he might have to come home and sell some of his chickens. 25 dogs and cats.
He'll just go to the West Indies early. Yeah. Dialhouse Top Lights are chat about hockey. Robert Logan has further information on that. As Ajaz Patel starts a new over and Cook pushes forward defensively. Robert Logan says Cardiff and Met Hockey, then called Cardiff, used to play on the outfield at Sapphire Gardens. Majid Khan and Malcolm Nash both played hockey in South Wales. Gosh, didn't know that. Malcolm Nash, the late all-rounder. Majid Khan, the Pakistani great overseas batter, occasional bowler, who was part of the Glamorgan, they were both part of the Glamorgan Championship side of '69. As that is driven through the offside by Cook for a single, 191 for 5. Speaking of which, I see Tony Caudle, a member of that side, West Indian guy now living in Canada, was over recently. Me catching up with some old teammates. Shame, I'd have liked to have interviewed him. He took 9 wickets in an innings at Colwyn Bay. I think it was against Leicestershire in that championship year of '69. Not that I saw more than about a day of it myself, since I was fairly young and just being introduced to cricket at the time. 191 for 5. The left-handed route is on strike. There's a short leg and a slip. And a catching mid-wicket as Root pushes forward and defends 2 short leg, no run. Patel around the wicket, left arm, and Root runs it down towards third man, but it's well intercepted by the fielder at backward point, diving to his right. Patel polishing away, has the entirely justified sunglasses on, and Root is forward, pushing it out to cover where it's fielded by Jones. There is no run. A placid little over from Ajaz Patel. And Glamorgan 191 for 5, 49 runs still. Arias with just 5 second innings wickets standing. But, ticking up towards the hour mark, so these two digging in after Glamorgan lost a wicket in the first over.
The headlines yesterday were dominated by a terrible incident in Nottingham. 3 people died. And the cricketing world is now paying tribute to 2 of them because a 19-year-old student called Barnaby Webber died. He played for Bishop's Hull Cricket Club in the Somerset area. 19 years old, had recently joined, started playing for Nottingham University's cricket team as well. And the girl who he was with, who died, tributes have been paid to her as well, Grace Kumar. And not only was she a very talented hockey player, but Essex Cricket have tweeted today that they are devastated to hear of the passing of Grace O'Malley Kumar, as Miles Bowles here. A massive talent while part of our junior cricket programme, a respected captain and awesome teammate. Our thoughts are with her family.
Very sad.
Very sad incident indeed. The third person who died has been announced today as Ian Coates, who was a school caretaker. Here in Chesley Street, 191 for 5, the deficit 49, as Miles Bowles 2. Cuckoo ducks out of that one. They've obviously got a game plan here, pepper them with short stuff, but they haven't got a leg slip in. They've got 1 slip and a gully.
There's only 1 wicket has fallen to a ball remotely short, hasn't it? As Cook tried to cut that one, and that wasn't particularly a bouncer, it was just back of a length.
"37 runs off 70 this partnership. This is turned down towards the long leg for 1 run. Picked up by Ajaz Patel.
Oh dear, Michael Jones, what are you doing? On a day when you need sunglasses, he's still got them stuck on the back of his head.
It's been all week, huh?
Glinting at me. Why bother if you're not going to put them on the front of your head? Sunglasses are meant to sort of rest on your nose and your ears and go in front of your eyes. If you're not going to wear them today, you're not going to have them in the proper position at all, are you? Sorry. It's just one of my pet foibles. It can't be the sponsors because we can't tell what make they are from this range anyway.
No. It was a few years ago when a well-known brand of sunglasses had obviously sent them out to all the England players. This is down the leg side, a little waft from Root, and one by one they all tweeted that afternoon, look at these bad boys that have just arrived through the post. And
ad.
Yes, well, this is the thing, isn't it? There's been lots of discussion about famous people promoting brands on platforms like Instagram and Twitter without actually revealing they're being paid to promote them, or it's part of a sponsorship deal or whatever. Miles in, another short one. A couple of emails have come in. Ashington, who were promoted to the Northern Premier League, will have to travel 4,562 miles for their away games next season, says David. Talk about precise. John Hutchison's been on, formerly of this parish. Turned away by Root towards backward square leg. Could have been a single in there, but he was told to stay where he was by Cook. Lee's collected it. I think John played for Gateshead Fell back in the day. End of the over, 197 for 5, so they trail Glamorgan by 43. He's now living in Bolton, he says. Early 5 a.m. start and a quick round trip up the M6 to Carlisle and back home to Bolton for 9. Wow. That's done some. You've been doing some going there. Beautiful drive through the hills. Anyway, I'm predicting a win for the lads by 8 wickets mid-afternoon.
Yep.
P.S. If you're down here on Saturday, give me a shout and we can meet up for a few skips. I'm not. I'll just be going down to Old Trafford on Sunday and back.
Here is Patel to bowl to Cook, who's back on his stumps and playing towards short leg, who I think got some sort of part of the body to it. Didn't look like a chance. Patel with short leg and slip crouching, as well as a shortish cover. And Cook plays on the leg side.
Graham Brill's emailed from Merthyr Tydfil. Thanks for the coverage over the last 4 days.
Thank you for thanking us. Patel bowls, and that's left alone by Cook outside off stump.
Merthyr's the heads of the Valley Road round that way, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I used to sneak into Cardiff that way for an FA Cup final.
Mm.
And the police expected lots of people to do the same, so they had quite a few speed camera vans out on that route.
Oh. Forward comes Cook, defends to cover, no run. Clive Sebra says the bowling strength is abysmal. What are the people in charge saying? Patel, former Glamorgan player, bowls, and it's played away into the offside by Cook for a single, 198 for 5. Freddie Jones, morning chaps, another quiet day or two for Welsh rugby. Expecting any more international retirements before the World Cup? Hopefully, Gats, Coach Ron Gatton, will still be there when it comes around. This following the news that Welsh tight head prop Thomas Francis is leaving the Ospreys before the end of his contract to join Provence in the French second division. As Root props forward, and there is no run. And Warren Gatland in a BBC Wales podcast and an article on the BBC Sport website has said he wouldn't have taken the job if he knew of the problems surrounding Welsh rugby. That's what Freddie is alluding to. I'm afraid I'm a bit out of touch with the rugby at the moment, Freddie, since won't be involved in the World Cup coverage. 198 for 5.
Anyway, Grim Brill says, When Merthyr Football Club were in the old GM conference, they had a fixture schedule of Gateshead away on a Tuesday night, followed by Boston away on the Saturday, then the following Tuesday, Darlington away. Miles starts a new over from the Lumley end. Oh, now that's short. Cook stuck out of it and it nearly clipped the bail on the leg stump. Must have shaved his back, that. He said also Kings Lynn used to be in the old Southern League before the changes. So Merthyr, we used to journeys to Kings Lynn. Journey to Barrow seemed never ending. The journey to Barrow is never ending. And I was in Barrow a few weeks ago, and the thing is, you come off the M6 for the Kendal turn off, and you think you're in Barrow, and it's still nearly another hour from there. It's suspended down into the ground by Cook, because you've got to go. You go inland towards Kendal for a few miles, then you head south. You go all the way down the Southern Lakes, and you come round the bottom of Newby Bridge, and then you take the road off to Ulverston, and then when you're at Ulverston, it's still another half hour or so across the Barrow. It's way out on the southwestern tip of Cumbria and the South Lakes area. Next ball to Cook, pushes that behind point, and this might go for 4 towards the third man boundary. It's been stopped by Delayder with a couple of yards to spare. 2 runs. And Glamorgan reached 256.3 overs. 200 for 5.
Not yet of any substance in the context of a high-scoring match.
Deficit's 40. Miles in again. Bounced through to the keeper. The news is on. It's midday. Where's that hour gone?
Talking mostly about non-league football, I think, and hockey.
Yeah. I like that, what they've done with the hockey centre at the back of the ground in Cardiff. It's a blue pitch now, isn't it? Bright blue pitch. Looks nice.
Yeah, often get a bit of noise and fun from drifting over from the back of the media centre.
Miles in. Oh, gone down the leg side. That moved sharply. That swung away, and he had a little waft at it. Keeper took it low to his left.
That's a lovely take, isn't it? Yeah. People watching realize how difficult it is to pull off that sort of thing, because you see the ball late, as you say, it's swinging a little bit away, and it's going through low.
Here we go. Well, Glamorgan started the final day on 159 for 4 in their second innings, trailing Durham by 81, and they lost a crucial wicket, 5th ball of the day. Bas Delayder getting Kieran Carlson for 35, caught by Craig Miles at short mid-wicket. A crucial wicket from a Durham point of view, because Carlson got 162 in the first innings, and he got a century against them in Cardiff a few weeks ago as well. But since then, that has been the only wicket of the day. So at the moment, Glamorgan 200 for 5. They trail by 40. Chris Cook is on 19. Billy Root is on 20. And their partnership so far is worth 41. And they're crucial, I think, as to what Glamorgan can eke out in this game. If you want to listen to the commentary, we've got live commentary on the BBC website, the Sports app, and the Club YouTube channel.
As Durham have another little consultation before Scott Borthwick retreats to the wilds of short third man. And Billy Root is beaten by the first ball of Patel's over, which was slightly wider, and he went groping for. So the support cast is a slipper short leg and a silly mid-wicket. Short mid-wicket as Root shoulders arms to the next ball and just puts his pad there in case. Another cloudless sky to report. Patel bowls, Root stretches forward and plays gently to cover, and there's no run. Next delivery from the spinner is a little bit short, and Root tries to cut it and misses. oohs and ahs from those encircling the bat. 200 for 5, Glamorgan, 40 runs still behind, with 5 second innings wickets still standing as Root pushes forward and deflects it to Borthwick at shortish third man for possibly the top-edged cut shot, or possibly to cut off the reverse sweep in a single saving wide third man position. Robinson directs square leg to come in a little bit, still in the deep, as Root comes down the pitch and drives pleasantly through mid-off. It won't reach the boundary because he didn't hit it that hard. And Jones retrieves it about 5 metres inside the ropes. They've run through for 2 and has almost dislodged his sunglasses.
Bernard's emailed. It's quite long. In a nutshell, he looks at the situation of Yorkshire, how much money they owe out, and what that might mean for their future, and the fact that after what has happened there in recent times, they've ended up getting more international fixtures than Durham. And it seems to Bernard there's no fairness yet towards Durham after their problems of recent years in comparison to the international fixtures Yorkshire have been given. I think that is a debate that will run and has done since 2016. There's a plane up there somewhere, but I can't see it. Miles bowling his 12th over, none for 46. And Cook pushes this out towards the offside, no run there. He's got quite an open stance at the moment.
Yeah, they dragged in Dame Tanny Gray-Thompson, didn't they, Yorkshire, to do a bit of chairing and trying to take the heat out of everything. The
Colin Graves,
Paralympian and member of the Lords.
Yeah, Colin Graves was wanting to return as chairman. That's all fallen through. But he set up a trust fund to bail Yorkshire out a few years ago. So actually, when Durham nearly went to the wall, Durham's debts were about 7 million. As Miles bowls, and this has gone off towards mid-off, whereas Yorkshire's debts were far higher, but they'd found a sugar daddy in Mr. Graves. And then if you look further around the country, Glamorgan's debts were higher than Durham's. Hampshire's were.
Yeah.
Warwickshire were 35 million in debt at the time.
Hugh Morris did a fine job in persuading various parties to write off fairly large chunks of those debts. Otherwise, it was curtains.
The other thing, though, a lot of them got into debt chasing the Test match dream. Didn't they? As Miles bowls, this is fended off. So originally, when Durham were given Test status, Hampshire and Glamorgan weren't in the picture at all. Then they were given Test status as well, but then there was this clamour. There weren't enough tests to go around each summer. Everybody was told to upgrade their grounds, so they all built new grandstands at vast expense. And then it got a bit greedy, and suddenly everybody was asked to bid money for Test matches, because I think Glamorgan bid well over £1 million for their original Ashes Test, didn't they? Was it nearly 2 million or something?
Yeah.
Miles in, and this is defended. Durham, with the help of the Durham County Council and varying other partners, bid something like, I don't know, 1.2 million for the Ashes Test here in 2013, plus 1 or 2 other games, and that Sri Lanka Test match in 2016, which effectively dragged them under. But I remember, packed house here for the Ashes Test, the only one that Durham have held, and I remember one of the directors telling me the week of that game while it was going on, that would be the only Ashes Test Durham would ever hold. And I was like, why is that? And he just said, well, we just can't afford that kind of money anymore. This is flicked away off the legs by Cook down towards fine leg for 1. So Durham then decided, rather than trying to chase Test matches, which they were going to struggle to sell out, the last Test here against Sri Lanka in May 2016, it was chilly, but it was chilly around the whole country. But one of the reasons they struggled to sell tickets for that one was A, the first Test was held the week before in Leeds, and I don't think Durham expected that when they were given that Test, the second Test here, and B, Sri Lanka had just lost a lot of their major stars, and it was a very youthful side that came across that summer, many of whom, the public here wouldn't have been aware of who they were. Miles round the wickets to route.
Which year did you say that was? Sri Lanka?
2016.
Yeah, Glamorgan got into trouble with Sri Lanka. I think it must have been the previous visit, because the Test match was relatively early in the summer, May or June.
It was May here, yeah.
And it actually rained, I think, on all 5 mornings of the match, although they were subsequently able to play after lunch. So there was 0 walk-up sales because it looked pretty grotty every morning. And it was a fabulous finish on day 5 with about 100 people, a few hundred people in the ground when Sri Lanka remarkably fell apart like a pack of cards, and England stormed to an extremely unexpected victory. Ajaz Patel, the Indian-born New Zealand spinner, bowls, and that's gone down leg side off something or nothing and will run away to the rope. And they are just byes.
There were a lot of press and media types here for that Sri Lanka test. They were whinging on about it being too far north and you shouldn't be playing test cricket this far north. La, 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 la.
Well,
and I was in Nottingham that week. Durham were playing at Trent Bridge and it was freezing there. It was Maybank holiday. It was bitterly cold across all of England. I think the warmest place was Glasgow that week, but nobody mentioned that.
As forward comes Cook and defends, well, a lot of the national writers at the time were pundits were associated with one of the traditional Test match counties.
London teams.
Or even the traditional northern teams, but they didn't want anyone else, any little upstarts, stay breaking into their circuit. 207 for 5. Cook defended the last ball. Places up again to Patel, who gets through his overs very quickly if he's not hit. He's hit only as far as point there, and there is no run.
You would imagine in the next 20 minutes to half an hour, Durham will be having to bat again, because the deficit's now only 33. Ian Myers says, "Hi Marty, listening to you on the wireless while sitting in the sunshine inside the ground. First time checking in for this game. Send my best regards to Nick and Ash, as always.
Thank you.
Take some of that for yourself as well. A wonderful service delivered in style, as always."
Oh.
Thank you very much.
So kind.
Will Nick be calling in at the Whaler tonight? Can he asks Ian. Do you know what the Whaler is?
I presume it's a drinking establishment.
It's a chippy in Wetherby.
Oh, right.
So most people wouldn't call in there going south, but coming back north after a lengthy journey, it's generally a stop-off point for people in this region.
As Durham crowd the bat even more with a silly point and a short leg as well as the slip.
Other chippies are available, possibly.
Patel to bowl to Chris Cook on 20 not out. As Cook looks to turn it down the leg side, misses. Keeper can't take it cleanly.
Oh, Yorkshire have won then, have they?
They were on the verge of it last time I looked.
First win of the season in the Championship then. Against winless Derbyshire.
Dear. As that's defended on the leg side by Cook, it is the end of a maiden Patel over that produced just 4 byes to the Glamorgan total. And Glamorgan 207 for 5. They are 33 runs short of making Durham bat again.
Chris Sharp says, after a very nervy Yorkshire victory, time to find out how Durham are getting on. SSFC Wallsend branch says no shock there with the international fixtures, to be honest. They believe the ECB's literally got no interest in cricket north of Yorkshire. Well, I would disagree with that because of the fact that they put a lot of money into this service that the BBC provides. So
yeah,
that's not quite strictly true.
Yeah, we can't ignore that fact that the ECB does subsidise the BBC to provide our commentaries online every ball. Technicalities permitting. 207 for 5. Rain to switch ends and have a crack from the Lumley end.
Will Rain be the partnership breaker? He often is. Root is on 22. Cook is on 20. Root is on strike. Rain right arm over from the Lumley end and then nearly an edge there. First ball. Next ball from Rain. That's left alone, angles across the stumps. Seeing what's going on. Lancashire have beaten Hampshire by 6 wickets in Southport. They didn't need many this morning, did they? They came out needing 60 or something. Rain in. And the ball played back past him and past the stumps at the bowler's end. 1 run. Miles comes to retrieve that one. Root moves on to 23. Cook comes on to strike. Somerset need 237 more runs to beat Essex and Chelmsford. They are 229-4-6. I mean, in their second innings. Notts are following on and are 311 for 5 against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge and still need another 105 to make, well, 106 to make Warwickshire bat again. Surrey in their second innings, having been bowled out for just 145 in their first at Kent, are now 301 for 3, need another 200 to beat Kent. Cook on 20. 2 short on the leg side, 1 short on the offside as Rain bowls, and he plays that towards point. It's gone past point for 4. Delete didn't get down in time there. At Bristol, Gloucestershire are batting again. They're 83 for 2. There was hardly any play on day 1 there. 53 partnership from these two. And they now are 83 for 2 and lead by 101 runs against Leicestershire. I said in my morning video, I expect partnerships down the order because we've had them all the way through this match. So this is wicket number 6 worth 53. Durham did it yesterday. Glamorgan did it the day before. Well, Glamorgan did it early in the game the day before because they actually, once the new ball came, the last 6 disappeared pretty quickly. But there were partnerships all the way through the Durham order later on. An appeal from Rain not given.
That's going down leg. I thought he might have hit it as well, but the umpire did signal leg by. 213 for 5. 27 behind.
Rain turns. He's got a slip in place and a gully. Comes in and bowls, and Root plays the ball to point. No run.
Yeah, the longer this goes on, obviously Glamorgan's very slim chance of saving the match does go up slightly, but it also means that Glamorgan have a later journey today, heading south, and
are they travelling today, are they?
I think so. I'll have to check that.
Well, when's the match? Friday?
The match is on Friday, but I think some of these players might be needed to play the second 11 at T20 finals day in Wormsley tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to tell what Glamorgan's second 11 T20 side is because virtually everyone and staff and a few not on staff have played in it at some point, as Cook is forward defending Patel's first ball to short leg. Given that the first couple of rounds of second 11 T20 were the week before the men's the first 11 T20. Patel bowls and Cook pushes it just short of slip. So a lot of the first 11 players did play in the so-called second 11 matches. So they're eligible to play in the final. They're getting 22 bodies to fill 2 teams over 2 days. as Cook is forward defending. It's not quite anyone got a mate who wants to play, but it's probably the professional level of that. Drafting in a few academy players, I'd imagine. As that's squirted away on the offside by Cook, and they spot early that it's into a little gap, of which there are not many, but they do gallop through for a single. 214 for 5. Obviously, survival is the main priority, but getting in the lead and making sure that Durham have something to chase if possible. Patel bowls, reverse sweep from Root and misses. And slip might come into play here. The Root is confident with that reverse sweep shot. Oh, where's that one ended up? It's gone down towards fine leg. They've gone through for 2 runs and they are byes. It's gone through for 4 runs and they are byes. Completely lost track of the ball there. As Root drove, there was a noise presumably of the bat hitting the ground. And Ollie Robinson could not get to it.
Partnership now, they mean they come together 159.
159, so 49? Is it 59?
59.
59.
Yeah.
You've missed the 50 part.
No, I mentioned it.
Did you? Oh, sorry. Apologies. Apologies. I was trying to write a colleague a note about England's one-day internationals in Cardiff at the time.
Rain comes in here to bowl to Cook. Cook forward to this one. Plays it to short extra cover.
So Cook's now faced 72 balls. He's taken most of the strike because Root, who came in some little time before last night, has only faced 74.
Rain once again. That's left outside the line of off stump.
It's all something of a waiting game, isn't it, for Durham? They've got to try and force things to make things happen, but with Glamorgan still in arrears, they have time to probe away.
Rain into Cook. Cook plays a half volley slightly wide of off stump into the ground and off to short extra cover.
Edward Cooper asked, did Glamorgan negotiate another £1 million from England cricket for not hosting tests? It was one of the interesting piece of business.
Well, that came
Glamorgan
out.
were paid for not hosting tests.
That came out after Durham were penalised and forced to, lost points, got relegated and all the rest of it. Then it was discovered that ECB had quietly paid Glamorgan not to host tests, which seemed rather unfair at the time as well.
Yeah, I won't bid for staging hosts and tests in my back garden. Perhaps they could slip me 20 quid as well. 218 for 5.
Next ball comes in and is bowled to Cook. There's not much going on here. They're trying to put pressure on Durham, but it's just fairly run-of-the-mill batting and bowling at the moment. Doesn't seem to be too much in the way of worries for the batsman, and Wicket's not doing anything untoward. It's just up and down at the moment.
I'm liking Borthwick's captaincy, though. He's switching fielders round every few balls, really, isn't he?
He's got 2 close in on the offside, 2 in the slips, 1 close in on the leg side. Cook to Rain. Now the keeper's not standing up to the stumps, which may be the next tactic. Get him up. Keep Cook in his crease.
David Battersby says he's just messaged Majid Khan and he replied it was Swansea he played hockey for when at Glamorgan Cricket. So obviously a talented chap if he's able to play club level hockey. Majid Jahangir Khan, MJ Khan, Majid Jahangir.
This is fended away by Cook to point. Wasn't there a squash player with a similar name to that?
Right, possibly.
Maiden from Rain.
And Marcus on Twitter saying he thinks that Majid's cousin Imran was also a hockey player at that time. So Rain's bowled 14 overs, 6 maidens now, 0 for 39. He did enough of the damage in the first innings, as well as chipping in a few with the bat, but has yet to get in the wickets column, which is solely populated in this particular innings by Deleda 4 and McAlinden 1. Patel to continue twirling and whirling from the Finkel end is into Bolter. Root, who goes for a big shot and has got that one away through mid-wicket, and it is bouncing gently over the ropes in front of the man at square leg, charging round. Not sure if he nailed all of that, Root, but he nailed plenty of it. And there was nothing much that McAlinden could do to cut it off. 22 for 5, double Nelson. Patel bowls, reverse sweep attempted by Root, but he gets it off a bottom edge and it dribbles to slip as he rehearses the shot. I think Patel will be heartened to see Root playing shots rather than just prodding around. Root probably trying to remove one or two of the close fielders who crouch around him as he's that one delicately past slip, but down to third man for a single, and there is, surprisingly, a third man. So it is just the single, 223 for 5. I suppose the third man's there for the miss hit reverse sweep, but it's not going to carry that far, surely, if he top edges it. Anyway, the right-handed Cook is on strike, still 3 fielders crouching around the bat, and Cook plays it between the legs of short leg. And there's a throw at the stumps at the non-striker's end, just in case the batsman was in cruise control, but I think Cook was home. It was well backed up by Deleda. 224 for 5. Cook moves to 26, and Root is back on strike, and there is the 5 millionth fielding change of the last hour as Silly Point goes to leg slip. Patel bowls to Root, who comes down the wicket apace and drives to mid-off, and there's no run.
Thomas Horn says, greetings from Gran Canaria. The wife is hoping Glamorgan cricket take it late into the afternoon, but I can't understand why. Keep up the good work.
Reverse sweep from Root. Oh, it's almost caught it slip. Got a hand to it, I think. It's run away towards third man.
Leg slip, isn't it?
They'll take 2 runs. Well, it became leg slip.
It was
2 to Root. 226 for 5.
So do you think his wife wants him to continue listening to the cricket so it occupies him, keeps him out the road while she sunbathes or something? Or?
Strange.
I've never been one for lying in the sun on holiday, either in the shade or in the pool or doing something else.
All right. I'm very rarely doing something on holiday. I'm quite happy to lie in the sun while my better half prefers just sitting in the shade and soaking up the vibes.
New over from Ben Rain. Non for 39 so far from 14 overs, 6 of which have been made. And that's a Yorker length ball. It's wide of off stump, and after it pitched, it never got off the ground again.
The proverbial daisy cutter.
Yeah.
A shooter.
It's gone right along the floor, like.
Which was a good job that it was a couple of feet outside off stump for Glamorgan.
Rain in. Who plays it back to him. Suddenly come all hungry.
Toad in the hole?
Is it? I can't remember what I ordered today.
I think that's what I put down as. But I had pie on days 2 and 3, and I'm pretty sure I didn't.
I think I might have gone down the pie avenue today on the basis that Toad in the hole, the Yorkshire pudding, will get a bit sweaty in the box.
Right.
And not be quite as crunchy as you'd want it to be.
Oh, great, thanks.
In comes Rain, and Cook is equal to that one. Meets it on the off stump, plays it back to the bowler. Awayman says if the club doesn't make money out of them, i.e. I presume test matches, then why bother? You get no thanks or gratitude anyway.
Well, they do make money out of the big name test matches. It's more difficult to do so out of the lesser test nations.
Trent Bridge does very well out of test cricket, doesn't it? Rain in. It's not quite timed well. He's played across towards Miles at mid-off, but it didn't have much in the way of knots on it. Just gradually dribbled its way across. From the verb to dribble. 2-2-6 for 5, deficit 14. So, two things apparent here. If Durham aren't to win this, they're going to have a run chase. But first of all, they're going to have to get Glamorgan out. Rain in. Cook plays this to point, no run. 15 overs away from the new ball. So they're not going to see that before lunch, but they might see it just after.
Well, new ball certainly accounted for the Glamorgan lower order in the first innings in double quick time, but on the other hand, the new ball didn't really do much in this innings with Ul Hassan and Salter putting on 83 and 19 overs.
Rain comes in again and bowls. Cook looks to cut, and he's got an inside edge, but he's led it back to the bowler instead of out through where he was aiming on the offside.
Yeah, I think that came in a little bit, didn't it?
Maiden.
Well, important period coming up to lunch. 26 minutes to go. Patel in, bowls, route down the track, drives to Jones at cover. There's no run. There's Patel bowls. Defended by Root. No run. Forward comes Root to defend that one. On the offside. No run. 226 for 5, 14 in arrears. Gorvin, Van der Hochten, Harris and Sisodia to come. Patel bowls. Root drives down the ground. 4 runs. Straight of mid-off, who's trying to cover as well. And Root goes on to 34 in the total, on to 230 for 5. 240 is the first magic number for Morgan to make Durham bat again. And then about 5 o'clock would be another magic time, really. 1700 hours if they're still batting then. They'll have saved the game as Root dabs one away onto the offside down towards the umpire at point and goes through for a single. 231 for 5. Patel into bowl, and Cook turns one towards short leg, but down into the ground. 2:31 for 5 at the end of Patel's over.
Damo says the negative part of me just sees Glamorgan batting all day here. The draw suits them. Well, there's been plenty of evidence of it in recent years when it has happened. Leicestershire springs to mind twice here. Worcestershire.
Yeah, given the ease with which Glamorgan's lower order disappeared in the first innings, though, there are people there capable of holding a bat, but with the ball keeping a little bit low on occasion, and still a little bit of bounce left when the ball is hammered in. As you say, I think if they don't make the breakthrough before the new ball, that'll really be an important time after lunch.
Ben Rain bowling to Root from the Lumley end. Oof. Oh, they've got him. I thought he'd missed that. I thought he played and missed, and I was just about to say, what's he wafting it that for? It was way wide of off stump, and it was very, very leverable, and Root has clipped it. He didn't need to play a shot, and he's out for 35, and ends a partnership of 72. But crucially, there's still a deficit of 9 at 231.46.
Yeah, it was the angle.
Rain. It's Rain again, the partnership breaker.
It was the angle from Rain that did Root there, didn't it? As you say, he probably didn't need to play it in the end, but was drawn forward into it. And the second Glamorgan batter of the morning to exit with 35 next to his name. This Cook now will have to do the majority of the work as Matthew Maynard, the Glamorgan coach, stands and stares at proceedings. And that's on the slim shoulders of Andy Gorvin now to give Cook some stalwart support and hang around. Gorvin only played a handful of first-class matches, or championship matches anyway. Played 3 last year, and this is his first of this year. So his 4th first-class match and a high score of 23. You will need to dig in and keep digging.
In comes Rain. Woo! Gorvin leaves that one. And he is a millimetre away from seeing his off-stump disappear there. It never got off a length. And wow, how lucky was he there? And a millimetre, 2 millimetres maybe. That would have been him gone.
Yeah, it's good to varnish fewer on the on that off stump. Gorvin taking his life in his hands, leaving that.
Bowls again. Gorvin forward, edges it down into the ground. It's stopped at second slip.
So the 48s from the 2 openers are the best we've had in this innings so far. Need someone to go on and go big. Yet again, a changing of the field. The tense body language from Matthew Maynard watching below as well, there might be.
Rain in. Oof. Gorgon plays and misses at one outside the line of off stump, and he's hopping around his crease there.
He's looking a bit nervous at the moment. Especially since he's on a pair, isn't he? It was 16 ball duck in the first innings before he was bowled by rain. But there were a few excellent deliveries towards the end of that first innings.
Rain to Gorvin. Turned past short leg, out towards backward square leg for 1. Oof. He's off the mark.
Morgan 8 behind, but still already 6 down. These minutes till lunch seem to be taking an eternity for Glamorgan supporters.
Damon's just tweeted, "Do you want me to put the mockers on the Glamorgan batsman again?" He's just said all he could see was a draw. Cook facing the last ball from Rain. He's on 26. That's bounced through to the keeper end of the over. So good over from a Durham point of view. Hadn't had a wicket since the 5th ball of the day. That was the 43rd over, so 23.2 overs later, the next wicket fell after a partnership of 72 from Ruth and Cook, which saw them facing 142 balls.
Nimish Dubey has tweeted a picture of what he believes is Majid Khan as a young hockey player, saying Pakistan had quite a hockey culture in those days, talking about links between cricket and hockey, late 60s, early 70s. Edward Cooper says he thinks Malcolm Nash played for Abergavenny. As an aside, he says, the facilities at Sapphire Gardens were regarded with disdain by county cricketers, but luxury on the hockey circuit. As Delayed bowls, and that's edged by Gorvin for 4 runs, just about kept down. 236 for 6. Nimish also says, whenever we arrived at a new school, the one piece of sports equipment we were almost always expected to purchase was a hockey stick. Cricket consumed too much time, wasn't encouraged too much. As Delayed bowls, driven on the onside by Gorvin, and he'll collect a single to wide mid-on, 237 for 6. Cook 28, Gorvin 6. Cook now scratching away as Delayed tries to add to his 4 for 43. Not quite so many attacking fielders. Or Cook, who's fairly well set, takes the single out towards point. So thank you for those bits of information to several people on the hockey front. 238 for 6, Glamorgan 2 runs behind. Yorkshire win their first championship game since April the 17th, 2022. Beating Derbyshire by 3 wickets. If you missed it earlier, short ball from Delayed that Cook ducks underneath. 239 for 6. 238 for 6, the board goes backwards. 2 runs needed for Glamorgan to at least salvage a bit of pride from this game, but they'll want to do far more if they possibly can. As that's down leg side, Gorvin flicks at it and misses. Anything else? Yeah, we mentioned Lancashire beating Hampshire by 6 wickets, despite a Hampshire second innings fight back. Gloucestershire, Leicestershire going nowhere fast. Worcestershire, 46 for naught, need another 340 to beat Sussex at Hove. Delayed bowls and Gorvin defends on the offside, no run. Division 1, Notts, 327 for 5 in their second innings, but still 89 runs behind Warwickshire after a mammoth first innings deficit. Surrey's 4th wicket pair are still going against Kent. Surrey are 324 for 3, needing another 177 to win, having been set 501 at Canterbury. Smith hit a century. Sibley is on 82 not out in 410 minutes, and Folks on 57 not out.
Ben Rain to Chris Cook, and the ball just guided down past the slip cordon, and it's going to go for 4. Is Rain? No, it's gone for 4. It was delayed. I couldn't get round to it. Angle of the rope just to our right-hand side means a shorter boundary cutting across there.
Essex look likely to beat Somerset to a 241 for 7. Abel 83, the top scorer there. Wicket shared round for Essex, which is where Glamorgan will be playing on Friday night and hoping to do rather better than last year. And they got pummeled with the bat by Essex.
Rain to Cook again. That ball brought the lead up.
Hey!
Take the lead in the 69th over. 68.1 overs went when that lead came. 6 wickets down. Rain bowls. Oh! And I think Cook was slightly missighted there by something. Saw that late and just saw the ball very late and jabbed the bat down in it.
I think it was one that did keep low and is getting closer to the wicket, the balls that keep low, which is somewhat disturbing for Glamorgan.
Do you think one's got his name on it?
Shouldn't pick his bat up too high, that's for sure.
He's got his bat well raised. There's Rain bowls, and he's pushed this one. He's looking for a quick single, but has to jog back to his crease. Ball just going up to Borthwick at mid-on.
Yeah, slightly idiosyncratic technique. Chris Cook, very wide open stance. Left foot somewhere in the direction of mid-wicket.
Ben Rain again. Bowls, and seems to be playing this ball quite late this over.
Yeah, Rain does seem to be getting the ball to move in a little bit, and it's keeping low as well. This deep point comes up to single saving position. They want to keep Cook on strike, Gorvin on strike for the next over.
Last ball of this one. And it's driven through the covers for 4. Nice shot, but that will keep Gorvin on strike for the next over. Ball races off to the castle boundary. And with that, the lead moves up to 6 at 246 for 6. Oh, there's a hornet arrived inside our room there.
Oh, joy.
There's an advert that keeps reappearing on my timeline from Viz Comic. Get stung at Hornet World.
246 for 6. Glamorgan, having lost this morning, Carlson caught Miles, bowled Deleda 35. Root caught Robinson, bowled Rain for 35. Cook is on 35. Can he get any further? It is Deleda bowling to Gorvin, and short delivery that Gorvin ducks underneath. 8 minutes to 1. Maybe 2 overs after this one, maybe 1, depending on how far the ball travels. Away from us, Deleda, hair flopping. The man of the moment. Another shortish ball that Gorvin starts to duck just in case, but realises that he might as well stay where he is. It's outside off stump. Round and round go Harrison and Maynard on their circuits of the boundary. Scoreboard not looking much better, whichever angle they look at it from. Deleda in to Gorvin, who plays plays and misses, plays inside. Didn't make contact anyway. Ball through to keeper. As Deleda trudges back towards us, 4 for 44 next to his name, looking for a maiden first-class fifer. Bowling to Gorvin with 3 slips and a short leg, and Gorvin gets another one off a thickish edge that's perfectly safe. It is running down towards the boundary and just about crawls over the rope, despite the chase by one of the men from the slip cordon. 250 up for Glamorgan. Oh, polite applause from the home crowd and the few Glamorgan faithful who are still there, but that only means they've got a lead of 10 runs. Gorvin is into double figures on 10.
Got something to play you from another game in a minute.
As Deleda is in, short ball. Gorvin gets underneath it. No run. Are you back on the ice cream beat?
Yeah, so basically, Jonathan Roberts has tweeted us in this one, and it's from a tweet from somebody who's been watching and listening to the Lancashire-Hampshire stream at Southport.
Well, it'll be after this ball from Deleda. Last ball of the over to Andrew Gorvin, who will push it out into the gully. There is no run. I'll have to adjourn next door in a minute, but I'll just listen to what you've got to broadcast. That's it.
Yeah. So Sam on Twitter says the Lancashire TV stream over the last couple of days has had some mental moments, capped off by the Hampshire commentators' rant about ice cream being disrespectful, only for the Lancashire boys to buy him one to shut him up. This is even better than the match. So it's Scott Reed from Radio Lancashire, the commentator for them, and me and Scott were delivered an ice cream when we were commentating on Durham, Lancashire and South North last year, and it's Kevin James, who's curmudgeonly, who's from BBC Radio Solent, and I'll try and bring you a bit of this when we get a moment or two, as this new over is about to begin from Ben Rain, bowling to Chris Cook, and that's a dot ball out into short extra cover. Right, here we go.
George Boldison, who's done the ice cream run. Outstanding effort. There you go. That's yours. That's yours. Enjoy it.
Do you know what? I'm not joking. You know, I presume that's... I don't know who that's for. You can only assume... Let's just say, let's be fair, and it's for the coaching staff and the...
Just pause out there as Rain's coming in again to Cook, and that's a leave. Stays low, though.
That was for all the players. What are they doing? Sitting back, having an ice cream, enjoying the moment. That would wind me up as a player. If I was out there now trying to win a game, you know...
He's got a quite randy heat, hasn't he?
Since playing a missing outside the start of the buck. That's no, that's got to be the whole thing.
Yeah, it's outstanding.
You know, that would wind me up.
I think I'll maybe one for Liam Dawson here.
Dawson's talking to me.
There you are. So that's part one. There's another part. But meanwhile, here's Rain bowling again at another leave just outside the off stump. So here's part two.
Oh, dear. Oh, really?
Changes tune now.
What a star. Now Scott saying, I can't believe that the Lancashire dressing room are ordering more, and they've come this way. Thank you very much.
We've got to thank for this.
Thank you, guys. Beautiful. Who's these come from?
Yeah.
Not disrespectful anymore, is it? Right, there you go. That was a 99. Oh, that stays really low, and Cook digs it out from around about middle and off.
Right, I'd better adjourn next door. Yeah. Kevin James, I should point out that Kevin James is a former respected county player, so his views on players and ice creams should take some weight.
Well, yeah. He did play for Hampshire and Middlesex before a long career in radio. As Ben Rain comes in and bowls, that's another leave outside the line of off stump. I think a few people think me and Kevin James can't stand each other, just the sniping and the one-liners and the one-upmanship when we're on air together. But no, we do get along well. In fact, the last time Durham were down at Hampshire for a county championship match, I drove down with the golf clubs because the plan was me and him were going to play in the New Forest, and when we got there, it was absolutely lashing down. So the only thing we saw that day was Super Nasani and some ponies wandering around the countryside. Never played a single shot. Rain into Cook, and again it's left outside the line of off stump. Cook batting quite a way across towards just outside of off stump. End of the over, a maiden. Just going back to the football chat from a little bit earlier on, my dad says, talking of great Welsh footballers, Trevor Ford played for Sunderland in the 50s and lived in Orchard Gardens in Whitburn. Terry Price, boy wonder of Welsh rugby, married my friend Jackie, who was also from Whitburn in South Tyneside. 1 over to go then to lunch. Ajaz Patel will bowl it. The clock on the scoreboard says 12:59, so this should be the last action of the morning. And if there is a wicket in this over, then they'd go off and complete it after lunch, unless, of course, it was the last ball of the over. So Gorvin defends this first one. It's a really lengthy delivery right around about the bottom of off stump, and he fends it back to the bowler. 2 wickets this morning, Carlson for 35 and Root for 35. Oh, Gorvin forward to this bit of bat and pad there. I think he's played it off the inside of his front foot. In fact, an inside edge onto the knee roll. Had 1 or 2 speculating out there. Oh, Gorvin goes back into his crease this time and gets to that one late and eventually clips it away to short leg. Got a silly point in there as well. Scott Borthwick at first slip and the keeper standing up with a helmet on. Short leg, Graham Clark, Beddingham at silly point. Ajaz Patel again. And again, it's bat and pad. Two balls left of this morning session of the final day here. The lead is just 10. Glamorgan are 6 down in their second innings. Patel bowls, ball just runs away towards point. 1 ball to go to lunch on day 4. They brought in a second slip. Left arm round from the Finkel end, and that is defended. And that should be lunch. It is 1 o'clock. He got through the over in, well, just under a minute and a bit. A maiden from him. So Glamorgan are 250 for 6, and they lead by 10 runs. And they've had 72 overs. Cook has 35. Gorvin 10. So we'll be back in 40 minutes.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's 6. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programs that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
Welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Rod Stewart in concert.
stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport.
We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that together we are stronger.
If you witness it, challenge it, call it out.
We're dedicated to raising the game. Here's what you can do to make a cultural change.
Here at the Riverside, report an issue or a concern by alerting a steward. Or text 07 85 11 83 114. Your message will remain confidential.
then early. I thought, well, Balconies will be packing it out, that hotel in the corner of the ground.
Is that the most overpriced hotel on the circuit, that one? Do you reckon?
It's all right, isn't it?
Oh, it seems to cost a lot when I book it. It's something about me they've got on file.
Miles bowls, and that's beaten the outside edge of Gorvin's bat through to Robinson.
I mean, your average hotel of that brand is normally quite a bit cheaper than that version of their hotel.
Oh, right.
Say.
Right. Perhaps it hasn't been. Our office hasn't said, "Oi, it's too expensive." So maybe get your booking in at the start of the season or something before the supporters have got in there.
Well, that's the thing. As Miles bowls here to Gorvin, that's left alone outside the line of off stump. Stream, you didn't have any audio for a while, so apologies for that. We do have Tim Bostock, the Durham Chief Executive, with us. We're going to get him to repeat everything he's just said for the last 10 minutes, basically about international match allocation.
Thanks, Marty.
Yeah. But you will make money out of it. That's the crux of it all, isn't it? Really?
Well, you make money if you sell lots of tickets, and we do. We're very well supported in the North East, which is great. We sell out pretty much every single one of our internationals.
Miles in. Oh, he's taken the off stump out of the ground. That's the end of Gorvin. He turns and heads off rather speedily towards the pavilion. The lead is 33. Gorvin's gone for 12, bowled by Miles. And Glamorgan are 273 for 7. If you're following us on the stream, what you wouldn't have heard was our discussion at the start of this session about whether this game would last beyond it. And I think the general conclusion we came to was probably it will end in this session. Of course, we shall see. But Miles getting his first wicket of this innings, 1 for 63 from 14.4.
Yeah, so just repeating, Marty, for the benefit of those listeners that couldn't listen, Durham traditionally have always had one ODI or T20 at the Riverside, unit Riverside every year. And in the new allocation, we have 9 in 7 years. We've got a double year in 2026 and a double year in 2028. And 2026 will be in India IT20 plus an ODI to be confirmed. Don't know what the opposition is yet. And 2028 is a bumpy year. We've got Australia ODI and India IT20. So we're very happy with the allocation because it's an increased allocation. On top of that, we've got 5 women's internationals in 7 years, which is a real growth area of the game. So that'll be an added boost as well. And on top of that, we'll have the opportunity to bid for World Cup T20, Women's World Cup T20 matches. I think it's 2027 and 2030 men's T20 World Cup matches on the back of successfully hosting 3 matches here in the 2019 men's World Cup campaign. So a plethora of international cricket over the next 7 years, which financially makes an enormous difference, which is obviously great. But secondly, it gives the opportunity for a huge demographic area, an area that produces more England cricketers at every level than every single county except Surrey and Yorkshire by a big factor. An area that reaches through into Scotland, which is very important that we keep development of cricket there going, and also an area that includes sort of Cumbria as well. You know, when you bear in mind that, you
got 3 Cumbrians in the team at the minute, haven't you? Or, well, in the squad.
Well, we have, and don't forget we've got Stokesy, obviously a Kiwi, but grew up from the age of sort of 11 or so in Cumbria. So that's a good example of why it's important that we have international cricket here. And of course, Woody's from Northumberland, which is just down the road. But I think you can understand the point I'm making.
Tim van der Hutten here, facing a ball from Miles. This is defended. So it's geographically, there's hundreds of square miles to the north of here and to the northwest of here, isn't it?
Yep.
Not much to the east, but that's as you go across to Denmark and Norway.
Well, actually, we do have a Dutch guy in our team, don't we? Bas de Leede.
Yeah.
So you could throw that into the mix as well. Michael Jones, first slip, has had a great couple of years, real talent. He's plays for Scotland. And young Tom McIntosh has also made his full debut for Scotland. So.
Yeah. Here comes the bowler. This is defended by Van der Hutten.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't get a more sort of varied catchment area than, our squad effectively, which is, I think, going back to 1992, etc., when all those people put so much hard work into first-class cricket in Durham. I think, the proof's, been in the pudding in terms of all the England players and as I've said, the Cumbria, Scotland, etc., etc. And now Holland, of course.
Well, that was a wicket maiden, by the way. There's a signpost outside the bungalow calf on the seafront at Roker, and it's got how far Edinburgh is, la-di-da-da, and then it points east, Germany, 300 miles or something like that. So I think Amsterdam will be slightly to the southeast. But
273 for 7, Glamorgan effectively 33 for 7, and Chris Cook on 56, their top scorer on strike. Been joined by Tim van der Hochten, who has 1 half-century to his credit this season, and now would be an exceedingly good time for him to produce another for Glamorgan, as Patel bowls and Cook slashes it away into the offside and will take the single off the first ball of the over. So I don't think, if it comes to it, that there'll be any question of Cook trying to take the strike with van der Hochten, or indeed Harris there, possibly with number 11 Sisodia at the wicket. As the vultures gather around the bat for Tim van der Hochten, Glamorgan's Netherlands international. Glamorgan also have a Scotland international in their squad in Rory Smith. As forward stretches van der Hochten and defends to short leg.
you've got, thinking of Cumbria, you've got Travascus from Peerith, Clark's Kendall area, isn't he?
Stan McAlinden.
Stan McAlinden and Carlisle. Stokesy,
Cockermouth.
Yeah.
Van der Hochten turns one away on the leg side to get off the mark. We'll pick up at least a couple of runs. It may just reach the ropes. No, hauled up 5 metres inside the fine leg boundary. 2 taken. Glamorgan 276 for 7. But 7 years in advance. It's a lot of long-term planning, isn't it, by the England and Wales Cricket Board?
Yeah, I mean, it gives certainty in terms of projects that host venues have got in the pipeline. When you're chatting to funders, local councils, people that are helping you out, they want some certainty over revenue streams. So I think it's critical for us. Obviously, we've got a hotel on the go, just about to get full planning. This sort of stuff's really important to have some certainty around.
Patel with his left arm spin into Van der Hochten, pushes forward to defend. So the hotel, whereabouts on the ground is that going to be?
Directly opposite.
So it does, yes, that makes sense. It's the sort of blank area at the moment as we look at the car park, apart from the one temporary stand. Patel into bowl. Forward comes Van der Hochten. Yep.
Garden Inn, Hilton. There's...
Basically, Tim wants to know, can you get a discount and a room facing the field?
Always. Yeah. There'll be some nice balconies as well.
Nice, advantageous rates for visiting BBC commentators.
Yes. I stayed in the old lodge at Old Trafford, the one they knocked down.
Yeah.
But I was covering a game for a week, so I couldn't have sat in the room and watched the match anyway. But as it was, I had a view of the car park on the other side. But
likewise.
When Durham played there in a one-day cup game a few years ago it was an August bank holiday Monday. I got there Sunday evening, lovely day like this, and just sat on the balcony on the 5th floor of the new hotel overlooking the Peak District. Gorgeous views.
Yeah, the time I was in Old Trafford and the hotel on the ground.
Here comes Miles, start of a new over from the Lumley end. Cook plays this one up to mid-off, no run.
It was
surprised you could see the Peak District.
I was on the I was on the 5th floor. Yeah,
no, I was not so much about the height you're at. I'm just more about the low clouds and the rain and Manchester compared to the
gorgeous,
brilliant blue skies of the north.
Well, I know, but that normally goes without saying. But this was a one-off.
Well, I was going to say the time I was at Old Trafford, it was during COVID, so it was blooming miserable anyway, and it poured down with rain for most of the match. I think we had one innings each.
Miles to Cook. Cook forward to this. It bobbles away out towards Travascus, the substitute fielder on the offside.
There wasn't much open, and it rained, and I walked down the road and walked back again, and there still wasn't anything open.
Yeah.
read some books.
Well, they were strange days. Remember that the first 2 days of the 2021 season, and stayed in the team hotel in Nottingham, and we had to eat meals in our rooms. They were delivered to your door.
Mm.
And there was one night I came out of the ground, and there was this Arabic place charcoaling meat across the road, which smelt lovely. Tempted Yorker here from Miles, kept away by Cook on the off stump. And I thought, oh, that's nice. I wonder whether I should have a change tonight and just get something from this place and not order from room service. And I thought, oh no, they've brought in the staff to cater for us. I think we were the only people in the hotel, other than a few pilots who were flying cargo planes in and out of East Midlands.
Yeah, you had to be working, didn't you, to have a hotel room in those days?
So I got back to the hotel, rang room service. Oh, sorry, the chef's gone home. Oh no. So walking the streets of Nottingham with virtually everything closed, looking for something to eat. Cook guides this one down to third man, 4-1 run. The following away game, which was the next week at Chelmsford, stayed with the team in that hotel, the county hotel there, and they basically only opened for us, and then I think they closed again once we'd gone.
There was a hotel at Headingley where I was in the same hotel as the Glamorgan players, but none of the public areas were open. Collected our breakfast in a brown paper bag and took it back to your room. And I think when the players said I only saw about 2 of the players during the 4 days in the hotel.
Miles to Van der Houten. Oh, good ball. Van der Houten's played it fresh air. That is come past the off stump and then gone down the leg side. A good take from Ollie Robinson. And that didn't half move.
Yeah, I think Van der Houten played down the wrong line in his rehearsal of the shot as well.
Yeah.
Didn't get far enough across, but I'd been in the same hotel as the team for 4 days and hadn't seen most of them.
I remember Don Topley arranged for us to go for a meal to a pub, because in Chelmsford that week, that was the week the pubs were allowed to open again for outside services only. In comes Miles, defended by Van der Houten. It runs up to Borthwick at mid on end of the over. 2-7-7 for 7. The lead is 37. Cook 58. Van der Houten has 2. I think I've just missed a bulletin at 2 o'clock, actually. So we drove in separate cars off to this pub in the countryside, and it was basically so cold, they brought the food out straight away in the beer garden. We snaffled the food and we were gone before we even had a chance to order a drink. It was perishingly cold.
Seems a long time ago now, that COVID.
Yeah, thankfully.
We're about to waste 130 million quid on a review, though, telling us things that we already know.
Well, there was plenty of things going on that were denied at the time, which if you have a relative who died, I think you would want answers to.
Not going to... Yeah, I understand your point, but you can't help but think that they're not going to provide those.
Ajaz Patel bowls and Chris Cook pushes forward defensively. Yes, Edward Cooper says most expensive trip on this year's Balconiers schedule was Hove by a long way. As forward comes Cook and defends the next ball out on the offside. No run. And if you want to go to Derby, contact the Balconiers. £190 per person for a double or 290 single. As that is defended out on the offside again by Chris Cook. You're not missing anything because Glamorgan are blocking for death at the moment.
2 things about booking holidays for this season.
Patel, left arm spin, round the wicket, ambles in, bowls, Cook defends.
Sorry, hotels for this season. We normally get the fixtures November, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
So back then, I didn't know if I'd have a job or not. Secondly, when I tried to book a hotel in Scarborough for the county championship match in late July, virtually everywhere was gone. So I think word had already gone round the Leeds area that there would be a game in Scarborough, and nearly everything was booked up.
Patel in to bowl to Cook, who plays gently on the leg side.
I'll ask you about Scarborough, Mark, because I stayed in the Grand Hotel last year.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Phil Collins, and
it was that 2 years ago for the
2 years
game,
ago, for the RLI game.
Yeah,
it
was a trial, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Patel bowls, Cook stretches forward and defends.
Well, it was a trial in 2 ways. It was a trial in terms of hosting a home match at Scarborough for Durham, and it was a trial of Phil patience at the hotel facilities. It's probably best not to say too much more than that. I'm sure in its day, 20 years ago, it was
in its day, in the 70s and early 80s that I remember, it was grandiose. But
a fine Victorian edifice, was it?
Scarborough Riviera.
I'll tell you a story about that in a minute. But
277 for 7, 37 ahead. Better tell people that. New ball time.
All right, here we go.
Crucial, I think. Crucial little 45 minutes. I think if you're a Glamorgan fan, you're probably thinking it's going to be all over quite quickly. And if you're a naturally pessimistic Durham fan like Marty, you're probably sat on the edge of your seat thinking, just get this done.
Watching and commentating on cricket for 20 odd years now.
I'm with you.
Nothing's ever done. That Chelmsford game, there's a prime example. I rang my wife on the Saturday morning, I'll be home tonight, and she said, "Are you sure?" And I got home on the Sunday night, So there you are.
Yeah, no.
Delayed back into the attack with the new ball, and it's gone flying down the leg side for 4 byes. Oh, and that's into the brand new corky. That's taking some of the shine of it. Yeah, what we were talking about. Yeah, so trying to book the hotels. That summer when Durham played Gloucestershire in Scarborough, it was the summer where nobody was allowed to go abroad. So the hotel prices, A, went through the roof, and B, availability became scant. And I'd been away with Durham. We'd been to Bromley to play Kent, Sussex, Radlett to play Middlesex, and then went to go from Radlett to Scarborough. As the later comes in, and this is cut to point no run there, and there was just nothing. I was being offered hotels in Beverley, Hull, and Middlesbrough, and I just thought, well, there's no point in staying in any of those places. So I just thought, right, I'll just drive on home and then get up and set off 7 o'clock in the morning, and just do it in a day, which is what we did in the end. But the Grand Hotel, I'll tell you a story about that in a second in Scarborough. There's the lady comes in and bowls, and ball's played back to him by Van der Houten. So back in the 70s, my dad was a rep, and he travelled around the country selling basically prizes that were given away in bingo halls for Mecca bingos and all that kind of thing. And by the early 80s, he was selling teddy bears for a living. So we used to go and supply fairgrounds, bingo halls, Scarborough, Bridlington, Filey, Whitby, and then all the way up into Scotland. So our summer holiday one year, going back many, many, many years ago, probably about 1981, something like that, is the later balls that's left by Van der Houten. I tell you what was number one at the time, Lena Martell. One Day at a Time, Sweet Jesus. Can you remember that?
No.
Yes.
Was she an Irish singer or something?
Yes, it was. Yes, very much the middle of the road end of the pop-tastic charts.
I wouldn't even go anywhere near pop-or-tastic for that one. It was more of a ballad to Jesus, wasn't it? Anyway, we went in a caravan in this field in Scarborough while supplying teddy bears to people. It's Van der Houten balls again. Now that's another one that stays low. Halfway through the week, we were thinking the facilities on this farm are not the best, so we drove into the middle of Scarborough with bags under our arms and just strode into the Grand Hotel like we owned the place, full of confidence, marched up the stairs, and we all found a bathroom on a different floor and went and had a bath. So probably one of the best baths I've ever had. Big old deep baths they were then. Cast iron. In comes the leader. That's left alone again.
Yeah, the night we were there, you'd have had more chance of catching Legionnaires.
Whoa.
having a good wash.
But I'm sure it's lovely now.
Yes.
I don't think it will be, actually, to be honest. Anyway, I can tell you one thing for certain. I am not going to find out.
No. Well, I'm sure if the company who owns it were able to respond, they would do.
It's well located. I think that's the best thing we can say about it.
There's one across the road on the corner where I've stayed and had an indoor swimming pool. That wasn't too bad, but like everywhere in Scarborough, it's the noise of the seagulls. They seem to be a lot louder in that town than they are anywhere else.
Thank you to Paul Summerside for your hotel-related contribution. We're staying at a well-known budget hotel in Scarborough, and Yes. 281 for 7. Glamorgan lead by 41. I can't say anything more that won't get us into trouble.
Yeah.
Rain with the new ball, bowls, and it's angled past Gully by Cook for 1 run, 2 runs, down to third man. 283 for 7.
He's posted a picture of the sign outside the bungalow calf. Directly east of Sunderland is Germany. Many think it's Denmark, but they're wrong by about half a degree of latitude. You have to go north east to Denmark because the coast across Germany and Denmark by that point's angling upwards.
283 for 7. As Rain bowls to Cook, who punches it off the back foot into the covers, half stopped, rolls to mid-off. Chris Cook, his one notable innings this season was once more at Leicester, where he hit 132. Apart from that, this is his second best effort of the championship season, albeit he was in fabulous form recently in T20. Occupation of the crease paramount as Rain bowls and Cook defends it out on the offside. Cook coming in the first over of the morning when Carlson was caught at mid-wicket, off delayed for 35. Root caught behind off Rain for 35 before lunch, and since lunch, Gorvin stump uprooted by Craig Miles for 12. Miles' 5th wicket for Durham. 4 in the first innings. As that is on leg stump, driven by Cook, but he's picked out mid-on and there's no run.
What I will say with regards to the hotel industry since the whole lockdown and everything else, and it's just an observation that hotels that I've stayed at regularly over the years, some that were cast iron bankers for a good stay are not anymore. And for whatever, they lost staff or the money isn't there now, I don't know. But so there's a few that were on my list as regulars that aren't anymore now.
As Rain is in to bowl to Cook, who shoulders arms outside off stump through to Robinson. Edward Bevan points out that during the times of the Scarborough Festival, the gentlemen used to stay at one hotel and the players, in other words the professionals, would stay at another.
Which crowd did Edward attach himself to? But he was with the gentleman, was he? I think I'm in the same place as you, I think, Paul, come Scarborough, so I'll bump into you there, no doubt.
Yes, gentlemen and players, what was all that all about, eh?
Good old days.
In comes Rain and bowls, and Cook defends to mid-off. The Right Honourable Quentin Farquharson-Smith will bat at 11 and captain the side, won't bowl.
Had an email from Paul Bolton, who is writing on behalf of the National Counties Cricket Association. He says, Northumberland have made up for the disappointment of a near miss last season by reaching the National Counties Trophy quarter-finals for the first time in 8 years, and they now have the incentive of trying to guarantee themselves a home tie. Last season, they were in the shake-up for a quarter-final place until their final group match against Cumbria at Keswick was abandoned without a ball being bowled. Cumbria are the visitors to Allendale this Sunday. I think that might be an Allendale home game. Cumbria home game, actually. This has gone off towards mid-on. Is Allendale in Northumberland or is it in Cumbria? It's right on the cusp, isn't it? I might have done Allendale a disservice. It might be in Northumberland. Let's have a look. Oh, that's handy. It's a village in England, it says on the internet. Thanks.
That's time. Well, that's enough, isn't it?
Here we are. Southwest Northumberland. It's right on the border with Cumbria. The later bowls. Van der Houten plays that towards point, no run there. So it is a Northumberland home game against Cumbria in Allendale this Sunday. And they know a 4th straight win will cement their place at the top of Group 1 and secure a home quarter-final against the runners-up in Group 3 on July the 2nd. Northumberland's sole success in the trophy came back in 2006. I covered that at Lord's. I think they lost in 2004 to Berkshire, but they beat Devon or somebody in 2006. I was at that one. Van der Houten in. Oh, inside edge from you've insiders from Van der Houten from De Leyde, mixing my Dutchman up there. And how that missed the stumps, I don't know. It's gone down to fine leg for 1.
Yeah, that was looked as though he's dragged that back past the stumps somehow off the inside edge. Really, it should have been played on for all the look of it.
We were mentioning Wormsley earlier today, and indeed other days in commentary. Northumberland last got to the final in 2015 at Wormsley. They were beaten by Cornwall. I couldn't get down to cover that one, so Dave Bracegirdle and Lizzie Ammon went and covered it for Radio Newcastle. As Delayed bowls here to Cook. Cook drives, that's wide of mid-off, nice shot. Borthwick's chasing after it towards the east stand. He cuts it off, they'll get 2 runs. Did well to keep that in. So that is a short boundary on that eastern side of the ground.
Yeah, he's playing pleasantly, Chris Cook, within himself. Of course, he needs to keep doing it for another couple of hours.
Bowler comes in. Cook turns this from around about the top of off stump out through deep mid wicket 4-2.
Is he a Welshman, Chris?
By adoption.
Cardiff Uni? Is it Cardiff University?
No, he's South African by birth, but he's been here so long. He's been here about 15 years. So married to a Welsh girl who's a netball international for Wales. So hopefully some sporting genes in that family for the future.
She looks like she could be quite a bit taller than Chris then, I was imagine.
No, I think she was a centre court player. It's the ones at either end of the tall women, aren't they?
Cook's on 64 as the lady comes in. And that's punched off the back foot, past point and away for 4 to the boundary. So the lead goes up to 52. Durham still need another 3 wickets here before they can bat again. What will that lead be at then? So you had 8 and 9, I think, off that over.
Yeah, we're not anywhere near the stage of the game where Durham would have to worry about the run rate. I think Glamorgan would have to get into the final session or deep into the final session before we start doing the maths of what they need to win compared to the number of overs left in the match, because at the moment that stands at 55. 2 off the change of innings, unless it's in the tea interval.
Ben Rain's going to come in, the partnership breaker. Email for Tim. David says, while you have Tim there, have Durham considered putting travel on to every away county championship game like Glamorgan do? I know other people have arranged various trips, but has Tim and the club considered this, or is it something the club wouldn't get involved in?
Rain bowls and Van der Hochten defends.
There is a travel club attached to Durham, but it's sort of independent of the club. It's run by volunteers.
Yeah, the Balconeers run quite a lot of the Glamorgan championship trips, and the club, I think, are involved in promoting a couple of other ones.
I'm pretty sure the members do it, Marty. I was looking at the members board the other day.
Yeah, they do have a members travel club, but they do it. You know, I think the guy who runs it's a volunteer, isn't he? It's not officially through the club as such.
Rain bowls, Van der Hochten pulls, and will get runs, 4 of them, out towards square leg. As Patel at finally has to come round and then burrow underneath one of the ground sheets to find the ball. 296 for 7.
I think the numbers have dwindled because of age and life expectancy, particularly, but
expectancy's going up, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but eventually it runs out, doesn't it?
Thank you for that.
Well,
sobering thought. Van der Hochten on 7, Rain bowls, and Van der Hochten defends.
But I mean, sadly, I can point to a number of Durham members who I knew really well over the years who have passed away in the last 2 or 3 years, and you know, the yearbook every year is a reminder who is not with us anymore, which is a shame. But
yeah, you'd think they'd be hopefully recent retirees who are joining the ranks.
Yeah,
Listen, to answer David's question, by the way, it's probably worth exploring whether if the members are organising the coach and it's not full, it shouldn't be too difficult to get something on the website to say that there are seats available to travel to wherever they're travelling to. I'll ask David Jackson to have a look at it.
I think last year, I remember they came down for the one-day game at Grantham. But I mean, I remember that. I remember seeing members' trips to places like Cheltenham for the 4 days there, and Derbyshire a few years ago, Northampton.
296 for 7 as Rain bowls to Van der Hochten, who is pushing forward and defending. On the question of international allocations, Griffith ap Llywelyn says 2.4 matches a season. Internationals, this is for Glamorgan. Not a bad return, but disappointing we don't have a single test match. I'm genuinely quite shocked. I'm not, to be honest. Glamorgan didn't have one in the last round of allocations. And I think it's more realistic for the club, like Durham at the moment, to press for as much white ball internationals as possible as Van der Hochten leaves that one go through outside off stump. It is the end of Rain's over. It costs the one boundary. 296 for 7. Glamorgan leading by a mere 56 runs with 54 overs of the match remaining.
Well, there's a financial consideration regarding Test cricket. So if Test cricket were to return to Cardiff and to Durham, there's an amount of money that would have to be paid back to the ECB, because that was the amount of money that Glamorgan were paid and Durham were paid in compensation for giving up.
I thought that was just for the last round of matches.
No?
The last 5-year chunk?
No.
Okay. 296 for 7. Richie Muck says he was listening at lunch in the garden. His iPad decided it was too hot and switched off. It's now in the fridge.
Stanley McAlinden to come in here to bowl to Chris Cuckoo's on 68 from the end. Did he get Cook out yesterday? Is it?
No, his first wicket of the match was Ul Hassan, wasn't it? Caught, I think, down leg side, was he, last night, Ul Hassan?
Right, last night, was it?
Gloved it down the leg side.
Yeah, that was the one, yeah.
So that was McAlinden's first wicket.
Remember the leg side one? I thought might have been the first innings.
All blurs, doesn't it? All blurs. The cricket season.
Lena Martell apparently Scottish, not Irish. Either way, she was number 1 in a field in Scarborough in the early 80s. McAlinden in. Cook cuts the ball out towards the point boundary 4-1.
Do you find that, Tim, that the matches and years blur and you think, was that this year? Was that last year? Was that 5 years ago? Who were we playing then?
Yeah, they can do.
The other day, I was trying to think of a T20 match I'd commentated on about a week before, and for the life of me, I couldn't remember who the opponents were or the score. I had to go back and look through the scorecard. Trying to remember how many weeks of T20s there's been so far. Was it 2? Was it 3?
Glamorgan plays 7 games, I can tell you that. I don't know how long it was in. And won 4 of them.
Durham have won 4 and lost 4, so it's all in the balance at the moment. As McAlinden comes in again to bowl to Van der Houten. It's a short one. Van der Houten pulls it to long leg.
Marty, Alex's comments around fatigue on the road and all that other stuff drew some ire from some of the older players.
It did. It was interesting. He said he was quite upset after the manner in which they lost to Leicestershire, and it was not nice to watch, really. But I just never found anybody on the Saturday when I was watching the local league cricket who had any sympathy for any professional cricketers, really. As McAlinden bowls, and it's played up to mid-on. And I said, well, have you played at that level? It's professional sport, it's high octane, and I couldn't win anyone over, really. So,
well, yeah, I don't know why not, because all right, people who play amateur cricket think, oh, I'd love to play professional cricket and get paid for it. But if you expect these guys to perform at really top level, then the schedule needs to be better than it is at the moment.
Yeah, 4 games in 8 days, and then all the travel. By definition, Durham do a lot more travel than any other county. I suspect Glamorgan do.
An in-swinger to the leg stump from McAlinden, played away by Van der Houten down towards long leg, picked up by Ben Rain, 2 runs.
Glamorgan probably do a fair bit as well, but I think it was Derek Pringle who probably something on there. It was never the most athletic, and I suspect not the hardest trainer in the world. I don't think he would have survived in the environment today in terms of 2020 cricket. And as you said, it's high octane, high intensity, and 4 games in 8 days, and then travelling all the way back through the middle of the night. To have no day off on the Saturday to start a red ball game on the Sunday, quality is bound to be affected.
McAlinden in, defended.
And it's not just the physical exertion, it's it's absolutely the mental tiredness, particularly as a batsman. And then before that little period of 4 in 8 days, we had 3 in 4 days, and every other county was the same. And you're getting lots and lots of injuries, and you end up with an inferior product, because I think you've seen in the 2020 this year, nearly everybody's beaten each other, because you could tell they were getting exhausted at different times, depending on how much travelling they were doing back into and all the rest of it. So to put it into context, Durham do not have one single day that we can rest, practice, and work on skills in the whole of June due to the schedule. So, if you want to pile it high, sell it cheap, work on quantity rather than quality, I'm afraid this current structure is going the right way about it. I couldn't disagree with Pringle more.
Well, the days of 2 3-day championship games a week, I mean, it was probably just played at a more leisurely pace, as that slashed away by Cook, first ball of a new Rain over, down to a subfielder, possibly, at backward point. Couldn't see a number on him there. 302 for 7.
Please.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's this, that lad who was... Where's
Toole?
Toole.
Toole was given to us.
Did we write down yesterday? Was it Wayne Toole?
Raymond Toole.
Raymond Toole.
Is that him?
Yeah.
It's left-handed anyway, so that fits. The Joburg-born Kiwi who played for Essex last season.
And Shotley Bridge this year.
Okay, Cosmopolitan. Interesting accent there, Marty.
Got 2 12th men on the field now.
Travaskis is in there at silly-ish mid-off as Rain bowls to Van der Houten on 10 not out. And there's an appeal as he looks to work it on the leg side. There's a big appeal from behind the wicket as they go through for a leg bye. From the shot, it looked as though Van der Houten was expecting the ball to go down leg side. As Martin has a peer at the screen.
Just thought he played it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
From the replay, it looks down dead.
Actually, no, he's been credited with the run.
Okay, well, that's why it wasn't.
That's why it wasn't out LBW. Back before wicket.
I didn't, when they were appealing, I thought what they were appealing for just looked to me like he'd played a shot off his pads.
303 for 7. As Cook on strike, 2 slips, Rain bowls to him, Cook punches one off the back foot, times it nicely but fielded by Toole, the sub. Deep point, single taken, 304 for 7, the lead is 64. A question of how you square the circle, on the lines of a camel being a horse invented by committee, of the 100 being plonked in August. So the one-day cup's got to be there, and county members demanding more 4-day cricket somewhere in the middle of the summer, and you get the hodgepodge that you've got at the moment.
Play the 100 in April and May.
Not going to happen.
Rain is in to bowl. Van der Houten plays defensively on the leg side.
I have said for years, I think there are too many T20s. 14's too much. And I do, yeah. I think go back to the original.
That's right, make money, isn't it, Tim?
Yeah, but I would argue that that's a false narrative. That, to be perfectly honest, I agree with Martin.
Yeah.
You could have three groups of 6. Swap them around so it's not north and south every year. Play 10 games.
Sell the 5 home games.
Well, you sell them all out.
Yeah.
You sell more tickets than you would for 7 home games.
Yeah. We're trying to sell. We have to try and sell 4 home games in 8 days.
Yeah, that's stupid.
There's not a lot of cash floating around at the moment.
No. So that's fair enough.
Rain
bowls.
I'm a huge believer in less is more on the 2020 stuff. I think it loses its It loses its narrative as you get towards the end, to be honest. I think it'd be much more exciting if you shake the groups of every year as well. And if you have top 2 out of each of those groups of 6, plus the best 2 third places out of the 3 groups, you're pretty much going to mean all of those games. It's all going to go down to the wire. Whereas at the moment, you've got 3 or 4 sides halfway through. No, they can't qualify. So then you get bigger crowds then because there's more on the games. So
there's rain balls, a short ball. It's a no ball. Van der Hoogten tried to hook at it, didn't play the shot very well, and it's through to keeper. 2 runs to the total. The trouble is, 10 match group. Glamorgan had one of those when it was 10 matches in the group, and 5 of them got rained off. So you got, I think, including 3 or 4 of the home games.
So that was the summer of 2007, the second wettest summer on record. And then what's to say the next match wouldn't have been rained off if there'd been another match?
It's an anomaly, isn't it?
Rain bowls, Van der Hoogten pulls and will get 4 runs through mid-wicket. No one chasing that. It goes down towards the scoreboard. There are no ground staff in attendance. And therefore, the fielder has to go fetch himself. 310 for 7. Van der Hoogten has 15. Cook has 72. The lead for Glamorgan is 70, so they're effectively 70 for 7. And there are still 52 overs remaining.
I think these 2 have put on 35-ish runs, something like that. What was the last wicket?
Last week it was 273, so 37. Gerontius on Twitter, Stanley McAlinden is another bouncing Barnet. I wonder if there's a historic 11 of bouncing Barnets. Well, Delayed is quite floppy on the hairstyle.
I think Hugh Grant, in all of the foppish, floppy-haired films he made in the 90s. McAlinden ready to bowl to Cook. Cook's retaking his guard here.
I was rather fond of music and lyrics, which was generally not too well regarded.
McAlinden in. Ball played back to him. What was that? Music and lyrics, a film?
Yeah, it was a film with, I think, Drew Barrymore.
Can't remember that one.
He was a pop star in it.
All right.
Very funny.
Going back to that wet summary on about 2007, it was so bad, and lots of T20 games were affected there. And I think there was the final round of matches that year. I think 7 of the 8 got wiped out. Similar thing happened about 2014, 2015, but they did rejig the rulings. This is a top edge, and it is away safely for 4 down to long leg by Chris Cook. He sort of half pivoted on that one, and it came off high off the bat. There were 2 fielders out there, including our New Zealander Essexy Shotley Bridgie man, whose name is Raymond Toole. And it was in the air for a while, wasn't it? And it bounced inside the rope, but he couldn't get around to it, neither could Ben Ring.
Yeah, I think Cook realises that was a false shot because he's rehearsing it again. But Glamorgan have to make some effort to push on and get the runs as well as protect their wickets. It's a bit of a dichotomy.
51.4 overs left today. McAlinden to Cook. Cook forward to this one and pushes it to Lees at point. Goes for a quick single.
Got the feeling of a very tense finish this, I think. Just got that feel about a short, sharp chase later on today, which would be great for the crowd.
Well, just looking at the scorecard yesterday, the Durham partnerships yesterday afternoon, I mean, there were some big ones, weren't they? 149 runs for the 6th, 53 for the 8th, 55 for the 9th, 62 for the 10th. So McAlinden in to Van der Hoogten. Defends that around off stump and plays it back to the bowler.
I thought the wicket would have misbehaved a little bit more.
There's just been a little bit of an uneven bounce.
A little bit.
Around about the off stump at this end.
The odd one, yeah.
That's been about it, really.
Yeah. Got to work hard. 8 wickets, which is fair enough.
Damo is wondering, as far as the ECB is concerned, what do Durham get for providing players for the England team? As McAlinden comes in and bowls. It's pushed off towards backward point to Ajaz Patel. He couldn't stop it though. He's whacking the ground with his hand there. 1 run.
There's a formula, compensation formula. You get, obviously, wages are paid whilst they're away, which is okay financially, but you've still got to replace those players. And when it potentially costs you winning matches and potentially promotions and all the rest of the stuff, it's scant reward, to be perfectly honest. There's a little bit of a top up on that, but it actually, it's something that I know that ECB are looking at the moment to increase the compensation for producing England players.
Michael Linden bowls. Oh, it's a short bouncer, which...
So it becomes something much more significant.
Yeah, that's gone through to the keeper. End of the over.
Surrey are 371 for 3, needing just another 130 to beat Kent. Dominic Sibley's approaching his century very, very slowly. He's been at the wicket 484 minutes. What's that, 8 hours?
Sure, I'm not sure that's going to get him back in the current England setup, albeit if they manage to pull off a 501 run chase, it'll be a fantastic.
It's Chris Tavare-esque, that, isn't it?
Dom ball.
Very good.
316 for 7 as Ben Rain and Scott Borthwick, who have managed to get through 3.5 days without calling him Steve Borthwick. I'm very proud of myself.
David wants to know, Tim, and you can answer this one when Rain's not bowling, but does getting to 2020 finals day make much of a difference financially for the club, or is there not much of a difference?
Here comes Rain then to bowl to Van der Hoogten. And that is gently on the onside, and there's no run. Finals day, is it ka-ching, or doesn't it make much difference financially?
No, it does make a difference. Yeah. It's not huge ka-ching. It's huge ka-ching for Edgbaston who host it, because that's effectively the equivalent of 2 one-day internationals packed out all day with vast amounts of, from what I can see, beverages being
pumped in direct from the back of an oil tank.
As Van der Hoogten pushes forwards to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 76 the lead, 3 wickets in hand.
The beers. I tell you what, you think that sounds silly. We went to watch REM at Slane Castle in Ireland in 1995. So it's the castle's at the bottom of a hill next to the Boyne River, huge natural bowl, and couldn't get a mobile phone signal in the place. And we were trying to organise a hotel room that night. And there was this guy with this huge, what looked like a petrol tanker.
Rain is in to bowl to Van der Hoogten, who plays, I think, inside the line deliberately as it goes through to Robinson.
I mean, it was a massive thing. It's the sort of thing you'd see in a petrol station.
Yep.
And it was full of beer and Coca-Cola, and he had these huge pipes coming out of it, like you would see in a petrol station, and it was being pumped from his lorry all the way down the hill to all the bars at the bottom of the hill. Thankfully, his phone worked, and we were able to organise a hotel room at Dublin Airport. And REM were very good.
Sure they were. Rain to Van der Hoogten, defends to point. There's no run. What's the aspect that I would query on finals days? I think the ticket allocations to the participating counties is fairly low.
Difficult. Yeah, it's a timing thing, isn't it? I think, they want to sell out. They leave some in reserve, obviously, for the 2 finalists, and then, they pretty much sell it out every year, don't they? And they sort of sell half of it out straight away, and then bank on the 4 teams that are,
as that is defended by Van der Hoogten,
picking up the slack. It's quite a challenging, because you don't really know, do you, who's in the final until relatively short. Not when it's all played in one block like it is now. When it was in 2 separate blocks.
I take your point, but I think it detracts from the atmosphere, and you get just the party goers making 2/3 of the crowd or whatever.
Yeah, tricky one.
Rather than people who actually want to see their team win. There's Rain bowls, and Van der Hoogten drives, and it's well intercepted at point, and there is no run. 316 for 7 as Lees gets up slowly, examines the ball. Yes, you have got it in your hand. Maiden over from Ben Rain. He has got 1 for 63. And Glamorgan still hanging on just about by their fingertips. 316 for 7, 76 in the lead, 3 wickets in hand.
I've been to 2 finals days to commentate on Durham, and from what I saw, it's just bedlam, absolute bedlam. Not just in the ground among the punters, but in the press box and the radio rooms as well. But the last time they were there, 2016, we got back to the hotel in Birmingham City Centre quite late because Durham were in the final, so we got back about probably 11ish, maybe a little bit later. As McAlinden starts a new over here to Cook. This is turned away to square leg for 1. And myself and Ash Thorpe were staying in this hotel, and when we got to the door, security guards on the door. Name, what room you in? Show us your key card. Show us ID. It was like trying to go through an airport. Kevin Ramsey says at last a sensible discussion on the T20. In his opinion, 3 conferences of 6 drawn from the hat each season, 5 home, 5 away games. The 3 winners qualify for finals day automatically. That's McAlinden bowls. Full toss. Ooh, now then, what was that on height? Because he got no ball earlier in the game for 1.
That's right.
What's the square leg umpire saying? Is he saying that's all right?
No, it's fine.
It's gone off through square leg for 1. He then says the 3 winners qualify for finals day. The 3 second team places and the best 3rd place team across the 3 groups then play off for the final day place. The remaining final day place. .78 the lead at 318 for 7. McAlinden bowls. All towed into the floor and away. Just beyond the grasp of Michael Jones at first slip. It's come to rest just down below our commentary position, but nowhere near the ropes. So only the 1 run. A long way outside the off stump.
It's a stretch to reach that one. Chris Cook, he'd have kicked himself all the way back to Cardiff if he'd nicked that one.
319 for 7. This partnership 46 from 72.
Both numbers equally important, really.
McAlinden bowls, and Van der Houten pulls that through mid-wicket, and it's away towards the boundary rope, and it's going to go for 4. Just.
Oh,
it's actually come to rest on the boundary rope. I don't even think I had the legs to get over it. 50-run partnership from these 2. I said there would be partnerships.
Yeah, Glamorgan needs something in the way of a 3-figure partnership, though, don't they? The 50s and 60s are not significant enough to save this match.
I think it's time for Patel to come on, see what he can do with the new ball. I think he'll get a lot more out of it with the new ball than he did with the old ball. That would be my. I was Scotty, and I'm not, but I'd be definitely saying to Patel, get the new ball.
Next ball goes through to the keeper. Let's have a look at this one again from McAlinden. And easier again.
Get a bit more bounce, a bit more purchase.
Yeah.
You mean there isn't a hotline from the chief executive to the captain out in the field?
No.
Has he got a little wire in his ear?
I'll keep out of it.
Just shout out the window like you did the last time during the Yorkshire game.
Oh, you got this bit on.
I thought you could have fallen out of the window when they beat Yorkshire.
I'm not a great watcher, to be honest. I love watching cricket. I don't particularly like watching when Durham are involved.
3-2-3 for 7. Leeds 83. That's gone down the leg side.
How much would you watch of an average championship match then, and how much you stuck in an office doing officey things?
Well, I try to do very little officey things, to be perfectly honest. But
you don't have to look at flow charts and Excel spreadsheets.
Well, maybe I'm supposed to. But
underrating lords.
I'm a different sort of leader. I have some very good people around me. But no, when we're at home, because I obviously see the ground from my office, I guess I'd in between doing whatever I'm doing and various conference calls and all the rest of the stuff I'll keep an eye on it. I'm just not a very good watcher.
323 for 7 as rain is going to continue from the Finkel end. Bowling to Chris Cook, 79 not out. Strike rate of 53 per 100 balls. As Rain bowls and Cook plays forward out on the offside.
I think Cook, if my memory serves me right, has been a severe irritant to Durham before, I think. I said earlier on, I thought the two key players today were going to be Carlson and Cook. So when we got Carlson out early doors, I always thought Cook, because he always seems to get runs against us. And it's definitely proving to be the case.
And he comes, Rain to Cook, and Cook is forward defending. Cook came in the first over of the day when Carlson was dismissed by Deleda. And, well, something of a scratchy start, but he has, touch wood, settled in pretty well.
Graham Brill has emailed again from Merthyr. There's quite a few elements to this, so I'll wait till the over's done.
Rain to Cook. Defended, played into a gap on the offside. And they'll take a single as the ball trickles towards the umpire at point. 3:24 for 7.
He says, two things happened post-COVID with hotels. Prices went up and standards went down. Yeah. I'd also add that this summer I've noticed travelling around as well, a lot of hotels are now charging for car parking that didn't used to.
Oh.
And those who did are now charging silly amounts of money.
Yes, that is one of my bugbears. There's in comes Ben Rain to bowl to Tim van der Hoogten and nearly gets one through as Van der Hoogten plays that defensively at the last moment.
I was in a hotel in Leeds a couple of weeks ago, £17.50 a night to park the car there.
Over 25 quid.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was Brighton 2 years ago, 25 quid, yeah.
Which is why I drove it up the ground on the first morning and left it there for the duration.
Was that one of the bigger hotels on the seafront?
It was one of the chainish hotels on the seafront, yes. Rain bowls, Van der Hoogten hits it back to him on the bounce.
And I'd noticed, because I tried to find hotels where the parking's free. In Northampton a couple of weekends ago, hotel where they'd never charged you before, suddenly it was £7 a night. That's just happened in the last few months.
Oh, there we are. Tim will be getting ideas once he's got a hotel.
Yeah.
Don't think I'll get away with that.
3:24 for 7. As Rain is on his way to bowl, Van der Hoogten defends to point, and there's no run.
Right, I'm off to the gym to get us some wickets. Normally, when I go to the gym, Marty, we get some wickets.
Yeah, dial that black one down, and then you're done. Right the way to the bottom. That's it. Excellent. Okay, thanks, Tim. Tim Bostock, Durham's chief executive, who popped in to tell us about the international matches. Now, the last time he came in here a couple of games ago, Durham were about to lose against Yorkshire, and then he sat there and they didn't lose a wicket. So he came back the next day and sat in exactly the same spot with the same outfit on, and they won. So there you are. Maybe today, when there hasn't been a wicket, go to the gym and see what happens.
3:24 for 7. Cook is 80 not out, his second best score of the season in Championship cricket. Van der Hoogten is 21 not out.
Graham says he thinks it's better to book with a well-known brand when it comes to hotels. Generally, yeah, you know what you're going to get with certain brands, don't you? But there is the odd occasional one that just doesn't quite fit the brand, as I found in Leicester a few years ago. So just because they're under the same name doesn't always mean that you're going to get the same thing there. Change of bowling, Miles coming back into the attack now to replace McAlinden, and Cook turns this down to third man to Deleda for 1. He says, my son Nicholas is an umpire in local league cricket in South and West Wales and is in the first season doing Premier League games. He's looking forward to being allocated a game at Nick's local club, Macon. And as umpired alongside the former Welsh football international Leighton James. Well,
Leighton,
I can tell you, when he played for Sunderland, he played cricket for Whitburn, which is our village team. I think he was at Sunderland for about 1 year in the early 80s. Miles in, bowls, and the ball played wide of mid-off, collected by Borpick, 1 run.
Yeah, did quite a few years radio punditry for us, Leighton James. Very trenchant views at times.
Yes.
He certainly didn't pull his punches.
No, he was known to be outspoken on occasion at the cricket club. On the Test match allocation, does it not give some certainty about Test match cricket at least until 2031? Yeah, that was the plan. In comes Miles again, and that's turned round the corner by Cook for 1. Now, is this a leg by? Did it come off the bat? Let's see what's signalled. He had his back to us as he played it. It's off the bat. Now, back to non-league football, he says, Redditch. I mentioned them. My cousin and her husband own Redditch. Pardon me. He said their old ground had a manhole cover in the centre circle, which used to be covered with a piece of turf. And if the ball hit it, it used to fly. Not as bad as Moor Green, where the floodlights were wound down at the end of the game. Any news on Michael Nisa and being released back to Glamorgan or a replacement? Miles in. And Van der Houten plays this down into the ground and off his front foot, and it rolls out towards square leg. No run there.
I haven't seen any official confirmation that Nisa is being retained by the Australians, but in effect, I think there's very little chance that he will play for Glamorgan again this season. And one would hope that Glamorgan have got plans in place for the next championship match a week Sunday.
What time is it? Is it the 14th of June?
It is the 14th of June, that's the time.
Right. Let me tell you the England Test match team for the first Ashes Test in about 3 minutes' time.
Yeah, 14:57.
Miles to Van der Houten, got a short leg in place now, and it's clipped away off the hips down to long leg to Rain for 1. Well, this new ball hasn't. We have had the new ball.
Yeah.
Did I write down the score with the new ball?
Score was 277 for 7.
Yeah. So they haven't taken a wicket with it, which was similar to what happened yesterday. Durham just continued batting nicely with the new ball.
Trying to work out who's been left out of that squad.
I would just read the names and let other people work it out. When was the last Test they played in?
Ireland.
Oh, well, there'll be a few changes from that.
Yeah.
You'd be looking back to the last Test in the winter. But a leg slip in now for Cook. He's on top of this one, plays it down into the ground. There's only 47 overs left in this match, you know. And Durham are now looking at Glamorgan with a lead of 88. Drinks break here. When was the last Test? Was it the one-run defeat in New Zealand, or have they played since then?
I think it was that mini New Zealand series, wasn't it? I believe. 1 minute till we can read out this list of names. It's a shame it's not now, because we could occupy the drinks break usefully with it. Glamorgan 328 for 7, having lost today the wickets of Carlson, caught Miles, bowled delayed of 35. Root caught Robinson, bowled Rain also for 35. And Gorvin bowled by Miles for 12.
I wonder what type of hotel deal and parking deal James Milner's managed to get in Brighton.
He's joined them.
Yeah.
Another revamp of European rugby's format for about the third time in 5 years. Sides to play 4 group games, home and away, against a team that's not in their league.
Bizarre, that one, isn't it?
In rugby union, it's coming up to 3 o'clock, and Martin can now read the England Test team.
Oh, well, it's gone up to 3 now. Right, Ben Duckett, Zach Crawley, Ollie Pope, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Ben Stokes is the skipper, Johnny Bairstow the keeper, Moeen Ali, Stuart Broad, Ollie Robinson and James Anderson. So, no Mark Wood. No a few others. No Matthew Potts either.
Yeah, so the Golden Oldies, Broad and Anderson, both playing in the same test together with Robinson. Stokes as the fourth seamer, as Patel starts a new spell, as called for by the chief executive. The word has got through during the drinks break. And Patel is bowling the 12th over of this particular ball. 328 for 7. As the next delivery is defended back to him by Van der Hoogten once more. Lead is now 88 runs for Glamorgan. As Patel bowls, Van der Hoogten drives, it's parried at cover, they think about a single, and Van der Hoogten is sent back by Chris Cook.
Damo doesn't have the most positive of outlooks on life. He says, I think I'm done for the day, Martin. Durham aren't getting anything out of a tired bowling attack on a pitch that is deader than my love life. Going for a bike ride. Much thanks as always to you and Nick. You might regret it.
Patel is in to bowl and Van der Hoogten defends. Durham are still favourites to win this.
What's EPCR?
European Professional Club Rugby.
All right.
It's slightly better than the last format, but driven into the offside by Van der Hoogten. Straight to cover, no run.
So you're in a division with teams you don't actually play.
Yeah.
And you play all your games against other teams, but your points go in the division with teams you don't play against. Who came up with that idea?
As that's short and flat outside off stump, and Van der Hoogten quite rightly ignores it. It is a maiden over to Patel. Glamorgan will be quite happy to see maiden overs being delivered from now until 6 o'clock, as long as they're not wicket maidens.
Surely, a real test is you test it against the teams you're in the division with?
Don't ask.
Weird.
It's like, well, the same sort of conflicting interests as determine the current cricket schedule.
All right. Stuart Dick says, EPCR are one of our clients. We write about 90% of the content for their website and run their matchday blogs.
Mm-hmm. Well, the game's great. It's just the format's a mess. I love European rugby.
Dom Sibley's century, 511 minutes, 368 balls. The slowest county championship 100 by time and balls. Tremendous. Miles to Cook, and he's flicked one past leg slip and down to fine leg for 4. 92 the lead's going to be now. Here's the update. Yeah, the overs are running out for Durham. I did say in my preview of the day's play, expect to see some partnerships and indeed partnerships in the tail, and that's what we're seeing now. 3 wickets have fallen today. Carlson went in the first over for 35, but then it was an hour and a half before Billy Root fell for 35 as well, caught by the keeper off the bowling of Ben Rain, and Gorvin was bowled by Craig Miles just after lunch for 12. There's been nothing since. Chris Cook is on 86 at the other end, Tim van der Houten on 23, and their partnership is now worth 59 of 94 balls, but they're eating out time. There's just 45.4 overs left, and at 332 for 7, Glamorgan lead by 92.
Tea is fixed on final day, isn't it, at 3:40? As Cook has driven that one away backward of square for 4 runs. Moved to 90 not out.
Oh, lots of cricket in this bulletin. They've had my report, they've had the international schedule here, and the England team.
Way.
Nothing happening on the roads either, if you're out in the car. Or a van.
Apart from it's hot.
Yeah. Miles has bowled a dot ball in between 2 fours in this over. This is another dot ball. Bowling to Cook. Well, this is what I said earlier. Stuart's just tweeted, "This reminds me of the 2019 Leicestershire game at home. Sat in the press box wishing for something to happen. Nothing did other than one of the Leicestershire batsmen batting all day and actually heading one delivery with his helmeted head." Miles in. Cook stands firm. He gets on top of that one and pushes it away safely, short on the leg side. To me, Cook looks like he just bat all day here. Van der Hooten's no slouch, is he? But you've got to hope, from a Durham perspective, I suppose, if you're a Durham supporter, they can get rid of this partnership maybe before tea and then have a go after tea. Could be quite a frenetic run chase later. There may not be one at all. Cook drives down towards deep backward point for one. Ijas Patel fields.
Well, at the moment, Durham would need to score about 2 runs and over in a run chase, which is not really much of a chase.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if this partnership were to get to tea, then you're down to 32 overs to go, aren't you? In fact, actually, there'd be more because they call tea at 20 to 4 on the final day. So there's still 13 overs to go to tea if it was a normal day. We'll not get those in between now and 22. But
no, it'll be a final session of, somewhere around 36 overs if needed. But not sure if Glamorgan hopes are rising too far too soon, because I maintain that Durham are still favourites to win this match. As Chris Cook is doing his best to prove me wrong. He's on 91 not out, and Patel with the hard new ball will bowl his left arm spin, and Cook drives into the offside. It will be fielded by the cover sweeper, Michael Linden, who sends in not the tidiest of throws to Ollie Robinson. And Cook takes the single to move to 92 not out. Three close fielders plus the keeper clustered round the bat as Van der Hooten is stretching forward and defending. Van der Hooten does have quite a long reach forward. So Patel will look to get a bit of extra bounce maybe. Next ball is played to cover and there's no run. 338 for 7, so the lead is 98. But effectively 98 for 7. Patel to Van der Hooten, who glances that one away. Pass short leg towards the square leg position. The subfielder Toole picks it up. And they go through for an easy single. I presume the umpire is at point because he was being blocked by short leg at some point.
Dom Sibley, 104 in 372 balls. Ben Folkes, 101 in 200. And then Surrey needed another 108 runs at 393 for 3. They haven't lost a wicket today, have they?
No.
No.
So he just beat Folkes to the century, I think, despite Folkes coming in 64 overs later. That's my sort of batting. Go Dom. Grow roots. 339 for 7. Glamorgan trying to grow roots. Patel will come back over the wicket to try and dislodge Cook on 92. Leg slip now in place. Cook defends squared up, but sending it on the ground back to the bowler. Well, Durham certainly have been thinking all the time, the field changing absolutely constantly as Cook defends another one down into ground, absolutely stuns the ball, stone dead, bounced about halfway down the pitch and stopped. 339 for 7. The lead is 99. Oh, don't, ice cream time. And there are 44 overs of the match remaining, barring, of course, 2 for a change of innings if it is not at the tea interval.
Final day last year at Worcester. Worcestershire batted all day and lost 1 wicket after tea.
Yeah.
This match, today, there's been 3 wickets.
Yeah.
1 in the first over, then there's...
It was about 12:30, wasn't it?
Because they batted for about an hour and 20 minutes or something. And the Gorvin just after lunch. Been nothing since then. Games against Derbyshire here when there were just a few wickets needed, and Leicestershire twice in recent seasons. Miles in, bounces it down the leg side. It's a no ball on Hyde.
The lead goes past 100. 101 ahead. 3 wickets left. But it's not, of course, a ball eaten up because it's going to be bowled again. No interesting shapes in the clouds at all today, I don't think, after Martin's Santa the other day.
Next ball is pushed by Van der Hout now towards the covers. Borthwick has a go at the stumps as Cook comes in, misses the target from side on. So that came against Leicestershire in 2019. Where are we? So the scorecard to see what the doesn't say what the scores were overnight. The scorecard I'm looking at. In comes the bowler bowling to Cook, defended. Let's say what the score was. Oh, here we are. Close of day, day 3, Leicestershire 153 for 3. And by the end of day 4, they were 363 for 8. Cosgrove 107 from 269 balls. He just blocked everything. He was
most unlike Cosy.
He was the one who headed the ball. Ackerman made 56.
Oh,
where's this gone?
Just wide of slip. Might have been a chance for second slip, but there wasn't one.
An edge there. It was going into the ground. And,
might not have carried for second slip.
Jones couldn't get across to it. It's gone for 4. I mean, look at the balls faced here. Ackerman 56 runs, 141 balls. Cosgrove 107 from 269. Gavin Griffiths 5 runs from 50 balls. They just put the block on and Durham had no answer to it.
I'll be encouraged by finding the edge there. Takes Cook on to 96. As in comes the next delivery. Played on the offside by Cook for a single. Moves to 97.
It's his highest score against Durham. Was it down at Swansea, did we say the other day? Got 59 and 85 against Durham in April last year, so that was in Cardiff, wasn't it? 69 at Swansea in 2017. Best score this year, 132 at Leicestershire.
Likes Leicester. Got 191 there last year. As Van der Hoogten plays that out on the offside, and there's no run. Van der Hoogten on 25, not out. Strike rate of 40. It matters not what the strike rate is. To any great extent, the lead is 107. Durham needs something before tea. Miles to Van der Hoogten, and he'll take a single down the fine leg. 348 for 7. Van der Hoogten to 26, and Van der Hoogten will take the strike because that is the end of the over. To get us thoroughly confused, because we're trying to operate the convention that the commentator whose batter is within strike of 100 gets to commentate on it. But then that makes us forget which ends we're doing. Van der Hoogten on strike. Patel is into his 33rd over. Not being hit round much, but they're not trying to hit him round much. For the Dutch international, there is a short leg, a leg slip, and a slip. Can Patel get a bit of turn and bounce with this hard new ball? That's down leg side, and it is called wide, and it will run away towards the boundary, so that'll be 5 wides. As Van der Hoogten thrust a leg across just in case. It obviously didn't make contact, because if it had, that would have disallowed the runs. And Glamorgan's 350 is up to a polite ripple of applause. It's taken 95 overs. 353 for 7, 113 is the lead. Patel in, bowls, down leg side, wide it again. This time Robinson takes. Looks somewhat baffled, but the umpires do seem to have cracked down on bowling outside leg stick, as Van der Hoogten gets one floated towards his leg stick and reacts by defending it. 355 for 7.
If you get a ball like you did at Bristol, it'll turn on it. It'll turn 45 degrees out those footballs.
As Van der Hoogten adds another one. Oh no, he didn't get to it because it's being signalled as wide once more. There will be a couple of runs taken. So that'll be 3 wides to add to the previous 5 in this over.
They're going to run out of space on the scoreboard there, aren't they?
W plus 4, W dot W plus 2. So that's...
Change of tactic. He's going to come round the wicket now.
8 runs added to the total as Patel tried to turn something at right angles out the rough. Not quite at right angles, because that would be pointless. 357 for 7, Glamorgan leading by 117, but still with just those 3 wickets in hand. Van der Hoogten back on his stumps, playing one defensively back to the bowler, who can't stop it cleanly, but does enough. So now the leg slippers moved round to silly point. David Beddingham is trying to get in the batter's eye line. Shadow just encroaching onto the pitch. As Patel bowls and Van der Hoogten stretches a long way forward and defends. In comes New Zealand spinner again, and Van der Hoogten pushes a long way forward, and bat and boot, I think that one runs out on the leg side. There is no run. Where are we? The 8th ball of the over coming up. Tense times here at the Riverside, as Van der Hoogten meets another one with the middle of his bat. And there is no run. Finally, this should be the last ball of the over, I think. As Van der Hoogten plays it back down into the ground. The over is over at last. 8 wides. 3 actual deliveries were wide, but added up to 8, given that one went the boundary and the other they added a couple. Was it 9 wides? 9 wides, actually. 357 for 7, lead at 117, 42 overs of the match remaining. And Chris Cook on strike on 97 not out. And has he got there's tempting room through the offside there. unless they plug that gap. There's a vast gap between wide, mid, off. Oh, he's moving around now to cover. There's plenty of room there as point drops back. Cook on 97. In comes Craig Miles. Ball's pulled round. And he's got that one away too. Fine leg for 4 runs. And Chris Cook reaches 3 figures in Championship cricket for the second time this season. His 100 has come off 168 balls. It has come with his 14th boundary. And he has put his side in with a chance of reaching the long haul to safety. But there's still a long way to go.
Well, they were 81 behind when he came in the first over this morning.
Next ball from Miles is again pulled by Cook. This time he has picked out the fielder at square leg. And it's just the single. So his second 50 included fewer boundaries, but it was faster than the first. The first 50 was 110 balls. The second, just 58. Is that right? 362 for 7. I've got 110 balls and 168 balls, so the second one took 58.
Yeah.
Didn't seem to be scoring that quickly, did he? So he's blocked quite a few. Well, Van der Hoogten's blocked even more. 362 for 7. Round the wicket, Miles bowls, and Van der Hoogten turns one down towards square leg. They're through for a single. Travaskis has a shy at the stumps in case Van der Hoogten is dawdling. But they are home. 363 for 7. Cook is back on strike. The field is not adjusting that much between deliveries. Now, will Cook continue to go for these shortish deliveries on leg stump with the couple of fielders out deep? Miles in to bowl to Cook. It's outside off stump and it's cut out to point. Patel fields. And it's a single. So scoreboard ticking along in this over. The 4 and 4 singles taken. The lead is 124. And if Glamorgan lose their last 3 wickets now, then Durham will need to score about 3 runs and over. Short ball, Van der Hoogten pulls it round and will get runs. It's picked up just inside the ropes and they will jog back for 2. 29 to Van der Hoogten. 366 for 7. 1-2-6 is the lead. 4, 3 singles and 2 then in this over. He's pushing Glamorgan on just a little bit, but not into the territory where Durham have to worry about a run rate by any means yet. It could be just lurking on the horizon. 366 for 7. There's just the slip catching. There are 5 saving the single, and Miles bowls and Van der Hoogten pulls, and it's all along the ground to square leg. Van der Hoogten takes a single, moves on to 30 not out. It's 367 for 7 at the end of the over that brought 10 runs. It's interesting that Glamorgan keep taking on these pull shots, aren't they? Cook and Van der Hoogten are obviously convinced they can execute them safely.
Well, they're not having any problems, are they? They've put on, what's the score?
It's nearly 100 now, isn't it?
94 on the board, or 98, where are we? 367, 367. They've got 94 on the board. So they've not looked troubled, really.
Quarter of an hour to go till tea. Patel will make sure there's a few overs got in.
Patel in this one's defended. Ambitious appeal from first slip there.
What?
Yeah.
What was that an appeal for? Sounded quite wooden, that sound.
Next ball comes in and defended on a length this time by Van der Houten, who's on 30. Tell balls. No run there. Next ball comes in, pushed up to mid-on, no run.
Borthwick needs to bowl himself, I think, before tea.
You reckon?
Yeah, getting over some other sort of spin.
In comes the bowler. Oh, and
Slip's getting jolly excited.
First time the ball's beaten the bat in a long time.
That's a play and a miss, certainly.
Yeah. Maiden from Patel.
Well, yeah, Maidens are not a lot of use to the Durham cause at the moment. Wickets before tea are needed. Oh, called it. Here comes Scott Borthwick to bowl his leg breaks and googlies. Looking for his second championship wicket of the season. Bowled 1 over in the first innings, but time for Durham to try and buy a wicket, I think. Toss it up. See if Glamorgan will buy into temptation. 367 for 7. The lead 1-2-7. And Scott Borthwick into the attack, and Chris Cook pushes that into the offside, and there is a diving stop by Patel. So spin at both ends. Isn't it wonderful to see? And it's only June.
Damo, who hasn't quite gone out for his bike ride yet, says neither Potts nor Wood will get released back to the county to play. So the positive is at least when we aren't wasting money.
Borthwick bowls and Cook drives into the offside, but has executed the shot correctly and will take a single.
Has Borthwick been hit on the foot? What's why he's limping around here?
I don't know how he could be hit on the foot by a ball that's been driven to
No,
deep
but
point.
the previous delivery was, I don't know if he's jarred his foot bowling or the ball actually hit him at some point.
368 for 7. The lower order man, Van der Houten, comes onto strike against the leg spinner. Van der Houten takes a new guard from umpire Pollard, scratches away at the surface. There's a slip, 5 saving the single. But it's the wicket that Borthwick desperately needs as Van der Houten off the back foot, punches too wide, made off, and they decide against trying a single.
How long ago is it since rain bowled? New ball?
Yeah, I think so.
So 19 overs ago when that came.
Borthwick bowls. Van der Houten is forward. That long lunge of the left leg from Tim van der Houten is getting a very familiar movement. He's getting forward as often as he can against the spinners.
I wonder if this is going to be another frustrating draw against Glamorgan for Durham again.
Van der Houten stretches forward. Yeah, well, Glamorgan didn't really do anything to earn the previous one in Cardiff.
Weather helped them a lot last year as well, didn't it?
Oh, asking me to remember what happened last year as Van der Hoogten defends on the leg side.
Well,
no run.
That was a really wet and windy week, and we had that hailstorm one day.
Yeah, I remember
the ground staff moved all the hail off the covers and pushed it beyond the ropes towards the pavilion, and it stayed in a line for the whole match. It never melted. Nine minutes away from tea.
Clock seems to be crawling round at the moment. Not that I particularly want tea, but just in terms of Glamorgan safety.
Forever Dormo has tweeted, and I'll read this in a sec, as Patel comes around the wicket. Quicker delivery to Cook, played out through the covers for 1. The BBC and the counties who allow BBC ball-by-ball commentary to overlay their videos of play on their YouTube streams is to be congratulated. It might be the best thing the BBC currently does, notwithstanding Sir David Attenborough, the various season watch programmes, Rev and the Detectorists. Rev hasn't been on for a while, hasn't it? There's been a new series of the Detectorists for a bit. I only discovered the other day.
That's very kind. Thank you for your remarks.
Yes. Patel round the wicket to Van der Hoogten. This is played out through the covers for 1. So the main character in the Detectorists who helped write it,
Toby Jones or Mackenzie Crook?
Mackenzie Crook.
Mm-hmm.
So he was in the office. So the woman in Detectorists who plays his wife is Guy Garvey's wife in real life.
All right.
The lead singer of Elbow.
I didn't know that.
Neither did I. And her mother was Diana Rigg, the actress.
Wow.
Yeah. Patel in, floats this in, pushed up to mid-on.
Rachel, someone, Sterling? Does that make sense?
Diana Rigg's daughter.
No.
Guy Garvey's.
No, perhaps that's wrong. My wife will tell you that I'm absolutely useless at actors.
Rachel Sterling, yes.
Oh.
Bowler comes in. There's a bit of drift on this one. It's played back to him. Just can't see at this moment in time, and I said it before Root got himself out earlier, chasing one that he should have left well alone. Just doesn't look like there's a wicket coming anytime soon.
Only takes one ball.
But these two have been battling sensibly, not really much in the way of risks. This is just defended. Doesn't look to me like Patel's getting much in the way of turn from this deliveries.
You're trying to talk him out, aren't you, Martin?
No.
The curse of the commentator.
Next delivery, it's a full toss and it's whacked out into the covers to Borthwick, no run. End of the over. So Diana Rigg died a year or two ago. So she was in the Bond films.
And the Avengers.
Yeah. So 2020, September 2022, it was the autumn of the COVID year when she died, and Guy Garvey plays some really he's got a Sunday afternoon show on BBC Radio 6 Music, which is normally 2 hours long. He's gone on holiday for the summer and he's recording a new album, but when he comes back in July, the show will be 3 hours long, but he just plays some of the most lovely laid-back music, and in the winter, particularly when I'm making Sunday lunch, just listening to that in the background or doing the ironing to it or whatever. And he attributed a whole show to Diana Rigg when she died.
As Borthwick starts a new over and Van der Hoogten is in defensive mode once more.
Anyway, when Tina Turner died a couple of weeks ago, he did a tribute to her.
Mm-hmm.
And he played an interview with his wife, and as the interview's gone, I was saying, how do I recognise this name, this voice?
Borthwick bowls, Van der Hoogten on the back foot, hits it to mid-off, no run.
And then I thought, that sounds like the woman who plays the wife of Mackenzie Crook in The Detectorists, so I looked her up, and surely it was. And she was saying that she was on stage in the West End when news came through that Tina Turner had died.
Borthwick to Van der Hoogten, pushes forward.
And she said she burst into tears, and the stage man was like, "What on earth's happening to you?" All her makeup started to run. They were just about to go on for the first scene.
Well.
And she was explaining the emotional ties that she had to Tina Turner because her and her mother went to see a gig in London a few years ago. And they went by tube and had a great night. And she said her mother hadn't been on the tube for about 40 years.
Oh.
So it was all the sentimentality of it.
Borthwick bowls, Van der Hoogten defends to mid-wicket.
I don't know when Tina Turner would have last toured. It'd have been a few years ago, I would have thought.
10 years ago, maybe? 370 for 7. Glamorgan lead by 130 as Van der Hoogten squirts one past short leg for a single. 371 for 7. Steve West says, if we get a lead of 150 with 20 overs left, it's a draw, maybe. Well, Durham would still have a go at it, wouldn't they?
Durham chased down, and it was at Trent Bridge, so it's a shortish boundaries, hard pitch, about 189 in 16 overs in 2013.
Oof.
They altered the batting order, so they elevated the Colonel up to the top of the order with Mark Stoneman. They both broke the record for the fastest 50s for Durham.
Paul Summerside says, fantastic not from Cook, match saving proportions. Yeah, nope. Ask me about 5 o'clock, if he's still there. He's facing the last ball of the Borthwick over, with 1 or 2 left until the tea interval, and Cook pushes forward, and there's an ooh and an ah as Cook propels the ball gently back to him. Dexter, the Frenchie, who purports to be a dog on Twitter. Earlier today, I heard one of your co-commentators refer to the cricket schedule as a dog's breakfast. If it was served up to me, I'd refuse to eat it. There we are, the view from an alleged canine. Derek Evans says, oh gosh, he's been crunching the maths. Lead of 190 off 25 would seem to be a benchmark to look for. Oh, it's a long way away. It's a long way away. And Glamorgan are having a little time-killing chat between the two batters to make sure, or try and make sure that Durham don't get more than 1 over in before tea. But with Patel bowling, they'll need to try harder than that.
Patel in. Let's go. Gone towards the leg stump and flicked towards Clark at short leg. Just bounced in front of him and hit him in the right shin. Julia Wetherell has some news for us as Patel bowls again, left arm round. Met on the bounce, played back to him. She said, I understand there will be no more series of detectorists.
Oh.
I read an interview recently with Rachel Sterling, and she said the yellow TR7's been sold. Comes in again and pushed short in the offside. That was the car that Toby Jones drove, wasn't it?
I'm sure the plot could be adapted to him having a different car.
Yeah. In Austin Montegro. Ball played back up past Patel to lead long off. There's just no turn in this pitch, is there? It
would have been quite a long single, but they didn't risk it.
Just seems to be straight up and down at the moment. If you haven't seen Detectorists, it's on iPlayer, and it's about a group of amateur metal detectorists in Suffolk, and it's just such lovely, laid-back, easy-watching television. It's an attempted Yorker put out on the off stump by Van der Hoogten.
They need a chat between the two batters now before the clock ticks over.
Well, there's a bit of gardening.
A bit of gardening, yeah. A bit of prodding. 15:39 on the board.
36 overs left in the final session. That is defended. And that is the end of the over. Well, what will happen here is the clock will tick over and the umpires will take them off like they did yesterday. A maiden, but Durham need wickets. And as far as Glamorgan are concerned, it's going nicely for them. As soon as that scoreboard comes back on, there you are, there's 22.
Borthwick is up and at him. He's going to get extra over before tea in. It doesn't particularly matter, but it's just the psychological advantage of Durham getting an extra 6 balls to try and get a wicket before the break and get in the batters' heads. It's still 36 left in the match, whichever way you cut it, as Cook pushes forward and off the thick outside edge of the bat, the ball runs to gully where Jones fields. And there's no run. 3-7-1 for 7. 1 wicket so far has fallen in the afternoon session, that of Gorvin bowled Miles for 12. As Cook pushes forward and Borthwick shows his keepy-uppy skills, flicking it back up to himself. This is definitely the last over before tea now. As Cook pushes forward and again gets something of a thick edge to it. This time it rolls out on the onside, and Borthwick's reaction suggests that the ball had flicked off the top of the bails or something and they hadn't fallen off. 3 balls left of the Borthwick over as Cook is pushing forward, and again the bowler's hand goes up in the air. There's a place in Panto for you here, Scott Borthwick.
They still haven't got to the 100 partnership yet. They've been in the 90s for ages now.
As Cook defends on the leg side. They came together in the 77th, and we're now in the... it's only 25 overs.
No, they've been in the 90s for 6 overs.
Oh, I see.
For the partnership.
Yeah. Flatter and shorter and quicker from Borthwick, and Cook nudges it away towards cover. They will wander through for a single, and that, ladies and gentlemen, and dogs, will be the tea interval, with Glamorgan 372 for 7. The lead is 132, and there are 35 overs remaining in the match, and you will now definitely have to take off 2 for a change of innings if Durham are to have a chase, so they'll have a maximum of 32 overs to bat now, even if they get a hat-trick. And the lead is 132. And Glamorgan, having been sinking fast miles out of sea, have now just about glimpsed the harbour in the distance. Cook and Van der Hochten, the chief bailers of the Leahy yacht.
Right, well...
372 for 7.
There was... when was it yesterday? I'm just trying to remember the scorecard. Yesterday, Durham didn't lose a... They lost no wicket in the afternoon session. They lost 1 in the evening session. So today, just 3 wickets have fallen. Right then, we'll be back just after 4 o'clock, 4:05. Thing is, sometimes, or quite often, tea can be a rude interruption to progress when you're the batting team. Maybe it's just what Durham need. We shall see.
stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport.
We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that together we are stronger.
If you witness it, challenge it, call it out.
We're dedicated to raising the game. Here's what you can do to make a cultural change.
Here at the Riverside, report an issue or a concern by alerting a steward. Or text 07 85 11 83 114. Your message will remain confidential.
Well, here we go then, the final session of this intriguing 4-day game, and today has certainly gone the way of Glamorgan and not the way of Durham. They're still batting. They've only lost 3 wickets. Carlson and Root for 35, Gorvin for 12, but Chris Cook has had a great game. He's on 106, and Tim van der Houten on 32. Their partnership 99. Time running out for Durham. This may well be a 5 o'clock job unless they can get 3 quick wickets, and the new ball was what brought them 6 quick wickets on day 1, but it's brought them nothing on day 4, and it brought Glamorgan nothing yesterday either. The wicket's really flat and fairly slow. Who knows, the tea interval may just have given Durham a little bit of an opportunity to rethink their plans and just take a bit of concentration away from the batsman as Rain starts his first over after tea. Cook on 106. The lead, though, 132, and crucially 35 overs left. But really only 33, because they would lose 2 for a change of innings. Durham have only drawn 1 this year. That was down in Cardiff. They got maximum bonus points out of that one, as they have done here. I couldn't get over the line. Next ball is blocked by Cook. He just looks like he can fend everything away here, Cook. Here we go for an update. Yeah, they still are. This is turning into a frustrating day for Durham, because Glamorgan are now 372 for 7 and a lead of 132. So Durham need these 3 final wickets, but they're also running out of overs in which to try and pull off a run chase, because there are only 34.5 overs left in the day. Just the 3 wickets to fall. Carlson going in the first over this morning for 35, but it was a good hour and a half before Billy Root then fell for 35, and just the 1 wicket between lunch and tea, that of Gorvin for 12. But since then, Chris Cook's made 106, Tim van der Houten 32, and these two have to put on a partnership of 99. In comes Rain, and driven out through the covers and away for 4 by Cook. And as the ball reaches the boundary, once again, you're thinking that adds to the lack of time left in this match. And 10-5 handshakes, possibly.
Really?
That's a 103-run partnership as well.
Cook has got 54. Van der Houten has 32 of them, which means there have been an awful lot of extras.
Bowler comes in, played away off towards deep point for 1. It's coming 164 balls.
And on checking the scorecard, Martin, I see 5 penalty runs.
Oh.
Now, I didn't notice any particular signal from the umpires, so we'll have to check how those came.
Where are they showing up on the scorecard?
On the BBC's card, it says 5 pen under extras.
Let's have a look.
See if other cards have got that as well.
Yeah, 5 pen. Wonder what that's for. Raining again. This is pushed away through mid-wicket for 1 run.
Well, the penalty runs in to Durham in this match last year, weren't there, when Glamorgan were judged to have 2 players guilty of some degree of dissent. But I must admit, I didn't notice them go on the board at any particular juncture in the course of this innings. Well, Surrey look as though they could pull off one of the run chases of all time in the Championship. Well, not particular chase in Dom Sibley's case. He's 125 not out in about a week and a half. Ben Folkes has gone for 124, but Surrey only need 49 to win against Kent at Canterbury. 378 for 7. The lead 138. So it's not a demanding run rate that would be required of Durham as yet, as De Leyde bowls to his fellow Dutchman and Tim van der Hoogten clips him off his legs through mid-wicket. That'll run away gently in the general direction of the boundary. In fact, it's just hopped over the ropes in front of the Health Club. And 4 to Van der Hoogten, who moves on to 37. Not out.
Sunderland have signed Job Bellingham.
All right.
Younger brother of.
Decent signing?
I really don't know much about him. I think he's at Birmingham. Is he 19? There's been lots of talk about it for quite some time.
De Leyde will run in towards us from the Lumley end, and Van der Hoogten drives to cover, and there's no run. 3-8, 2, 4, 7. It's an interesting run chase at Bristol, in fact, where Gloucestershire were 202 all out in their second innings. I said that match was going nowhere this morning, but Leicestershire have made it happen with Rice and Parkinson taking 4 wickets each. De Leyde bowls, and Van der Hoogten does well to deal with that one, gets right up on his toes, ball just back of a length and plays it down to the gully, no run. Leicestershire are 53 for 1 in the 10th over. They need a further 168 runs to win. And both sides could be in with a chance if they're chasing. Worcestershire against Sussex. Sussex declared at 447 for 7. Worcestershire 203 for 2, needing a further 183. De Leyde bowls, and again it's back of a length. Again, the tall Van der Hoogten gets right up on his toes and plays it down into the gully. And earlier today in Division 2, Yorkshire beat Derbyshire by 3 wickets. Despite that, Derbyshire's second innings fight back. In Division 1, victories for Essex, 196 runs over Somerset, and for Lancashire by 6 wickets against Hampshire. As De Leyde is in to bowl, and Van der Hoogten pushes it up to mid-off, and there is no run. So Surrey looked as though they're strolling to that 500 target against Kent. And Notts against Warwickshire. Notts 442 for 6 in their second innings, but that is still just 26 ahead. So they're not out of the woods by any means as yet. As Patel is dispatched to the backward point boundary by De Leyde, bowls to Van der Hoogten, and he chops down on it and sends it back to the bowler, and De Leyde kicks it rather disconsolately towards Ollie Robinson at the end of the over. 382 for 7. Glamorgan lead by 142 runs. 33 overs left in the match, so Durham would now have a maximum of 30 to get the runs. The rate at the moment is still under 5 and over, but
Gonna get the wickets first.
You've got to get the wickets first, indeed.
So Job Bellingham signed, I'm seeing all kinds of different figures, 1.5 million, 3 million, from Birmingham City. His brother Jude's just joined Real Madrid from Borussia Dortmund. And I'm reliably informed Job Bellingham played on the same school team as my cousin's son in Birmingham. So there you go. Ben Rain in. This is played to point for 1 run.
Oh, didn't have 1 foot off the ground for Nelson on the Cook score, but he's now off it again.
Ah, right. Tony Waters says the ball went between Robinson's legs and hit the helmet behind him after the ball had been bowled for the 5 penalty runs. We couldn't see that from here then.
Didn't notice it, but there we are. Thank you.
There was one where you said, what on earth happened there? Can you remember?
Oh, I'm quite often saying that.
But the ball went off at a funny angle after it passed the keeper.
Yeah.
I can't even see the helmets now, the way he's crouching down. As he stands up, there's something further down the field. But Paul says, Joe Bellingham, an excellent signing, strong box-to-box runner, will only improve for game time. That's Sunderland. Excellent signing, he says. Chris Pinkney says, I've watched all day and managed to miss every wicket, so I've gone out for a walk. I'm doing my bit. Well, there's only been 3 wickets. Rain to Van der Hutten. No run there. There's nothing doing from a bowling point of view. It's gone as flat as a pancake. Can't see anything in the sky to suggest it's happening, but apparently firefighters are at the scene of a large wildfire near Newcastle Airport. There's rain balls. This is defended. Now the airport is to the north of us and the west of us, so over to the left, but there's nothing in the sky there. In fact, there's hardly any breeze at all at the moment, so we did have a bit of wind coming from the north earlier, but I think that's you staying in your hotel tonight, isn't it?
Yep.
You've passed your point of no return.
Yeah, I have.
Yep.
Yep.
4 o'clock.
Absolutely.
Ben Rain comes in and bowls. Oh, it's gone through short mid-wicket's legs and off towards the long-on boundary. Miles stops it with his instep. He was trying to lean down to pick it up and couldn't quite reach it, so in the end he stopped it with his instep.
Oh, that's what I like to see.
Proper fielding.
Proper fielding. Number 11 boot.
Yeah. The lead is 1-4-5. 4:15. Lees has come in as a silly mid-off. We've got a short mid-wicket in there as well. Rain, right arm over. Angles it away from the right-handed Van der Hutten, and he's played that to the covers. Another over goes by without a wicket. The over 8's +1.
Isn't it strange, the contrast between today's atmosphere, commentary, tempo of play, and what we're both going to be experiencing on Friday night in the T20?
Yeah, first over today, and a wicket fell, and you were thinking, Anyway, the Yorkies won today, so that's their first win in the county championship in 18 attempts.
Since April last year. Delayed at to try and make it a 5th Durham win. Short ball. Cook pulls it round, but along the ground to Rain at fine leg. Single taken. Oh, payday tomorrow. Oh, hey.
Burnett says, I've browsed the scorecard back to the wicket of Billy Root and no mention of the penalty runs is shown. Well, it'll have gone in the extras column because it's there. We have seen it.
Durham hosting Derbyshire. Glamorgan at Essex as Van der Huchten turns another one through the leg side. It's well stopped at deep square and they'll settle for a single. 387 for 7, 147 ahead. And the required run rate for Durham, if they took a hat-trick now, has just gone past 5 runs per over. Delayed bowls and Cook drives back. Oh, he's taken out the stumps at the middle stump at the non-striker's end. Van der Huchten had turned and thankfully made his guard. Not sure if Delayed got a deflection onto it, but you can have no more perfect definition of a straight drive than a ball that removes the middle stump at the other end. which probably prevented Cook getting at least a couple of runs had it passed to either side. 3-8-7 for 7. Delayed a bowls. Ooh, that's kept a bit low. It's well played by Cook. He's jabbed it away with immense power and timing on the offside. Undeterred by the slightly variable bounce outside the off stump, it's run away for 4. 391 for 7. Cook has 117. The lead 151. In comes Delata, running in from the Lumley end. And the evening sunshine bowls, and Cook was down late on that one, digging it out and sending it back down the wicket. Yes. Well, the penalty runs were some time ago. As Dave Hart has, thank you, Dave, has drawn my attention to it. It came when Glamorgan had just passed 200. So that was when? Some point mid-morning. Cook cuts hard and will get a single down to Patel at backward point. 3-9-2-7.
End of the ground as well, apparently.
There we are.
Oh, there you are.
Thank you, Dave.
Keeper missed it completely and it whacked into the helmet behind him. And what time was that? 200 was 56.3 overs. There was still 40 behind then. So maybe in the first hour?
Yeah. Oops, I'd better relocate that paragraph in my match report then. It would have been only 5 ahead at lunch if it hadn't been for the penalty runs.
Fire at Prestwick Car Airport terminal is about half a kilometre behind the viewpoint, says Peter Fletcher. The picture of it, he's tweeted in, not for the first time, he says. Well, good news for Ashthorpe and his Parkview players today. They've won that game at Bradford Park Avenue and they go through. Oh, that's an erratic wide off the corner of the strip from Ben Rain. I'm not sure what that was about.
Well taken, keeper Robinson. Saved his slips ankles.
So Parkview beat New College Bradford by 116 runs today. It was a cup tie, wasn't it?
It's a big win.
Was it a final? I can't remember.
Well done, Ashes boys, wherever it was.
He says a few nerves early, but outstanding display on a difficult pitch by Jack Headley, 90 off 63 balls, and Ethan Welch with a cameo at the end. Now that's touch and go as to whether that one's wide as well. All got wickets and a run out. Happy coach.
So that's a report from Ash himself.
Yeah. So what was this match we were playing in? It was the... Oh, it says it was a friendly. I thought it was a cup tie.
Our Test match special colleagues note that if Surrey get there, it would be the second highest chase in Championship history.
It's going to be all about Surrey's win now rather than Glamorgan's draw, isn't it? Typical. This one bounces a few times past the stumps on the way to the keeper.
Well, it's quite often all about Surrey, but
yeah,
one has to admit through gritted teeth that quite often they deserve it.
Did Mike Harris email you as well? Is that what you've just read out? As rain comes in, that's gone past the stumps.
Which one's that now? The Surrey thing?
No, the 5 penalty runs.
No, someone brought it to my attention on Twitter, and it was on the. It was.
Glamorgan had just retweeted it for us. I think.
It'd been, been clipped up on the Glamorgan account, I think, this morning.
For years and years and years, I commentated on cricket and never saw it happen, and then I saw it happen about twice in a season. Michael Harris says, I can't tell you when in the day it happened. Morning session, I think, but the 5 penalty runs were for the ball hitting the helmet.
Yeah, thank you.
He says you were reading out the details of the Nottingham attack victims at the time. Right.
Yeah. That's probably why we didn't notice.
Yeah.
Couple more close fielders in.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a sort of arc. There's a lengthy slip cord, and the ball's gone entirely in the opposite direction towards mid-wicket for 1. Good afternoon, Martin, says Mervyn Hardy. If I understand correctly, the Yorker is the dangerous ball in cricket for taking wickets. This begs the question, how many good Yorkers have been bowled today? But what do I know? Thanks again for your efforts, Mervyn. Well, both sides down on key bowlers, that's one thing, hence a high-scoring game we've had. And a track that's now really just sedate and as a featherbed, really.
Glamorgan now past their first innings score.
David Fennick says, did I just hear Webby say it's payday tomorrow? 15th of each month seems strange. It's a bit like all sell-by dates on crisps being on a Saturday.
That is the BBC. For staff members, payday is the 15th.
Yeah, but they do, if it's going to land on a weekend, they'll pay you on the Friday. They never used to. They used to pay you on the Monday. But...
Yep, payday tomorrow for BBC people. If you're in a pub with a BBC person, they can afford to buy you a drink. Well, they might be able to.
Ben Rain in. And this ball's played into the ground and loops up to Alex Lees. At silly mid-off. 154 the lead now, so we're now tick-tocking our way to 10 to 5.
Tick-tocking?
Yeah.
Does that mean we have to pull off unlikely dances?
Yeah.
And loop them in 15-second?
Yes.
15-second funky intervals.
They were robotics, tick and tock, weren't they? About 1983, 84. In comes Rain. It's off the pad and across towards square leg.
I don't think they'll give up at 10 to 5, will they? Durham, if they don't take a wicket?
Week. They haven't had much in the way of any days off recently. T20 on Friday.
Ooh. There'll still be, 30 overs at the moment. 25 minutes away. Trying to do some maths that say that's 7 overs. It's still up 21 to bat. Glamorgan has another 20. Ooh, no. Don't think it'll be 10-2. Baz Deleda will try and take this game into last hour, and Chris Cook cuts neatly down towards third man and comes back for a second run as Patel runs round the boundary. Through eludes Robinson, but it's backed up. 121 for Cook, whose highest score of the season has been 132 at Leicester. In the record wicket partnership with Michael Neser. As Cook drives through the offside, nice shot, and the fielder gets a hand to it, and has probably saved a couple of runs there as they're back for 2, as though it's going to run away for 4.
I'll tell you what, aggregate score in this game?
Aggregate score is 1,400 at the moment.
It's going to be quite
thereabouts. Delayed her in. Bowls a very loopy ball that Cook gets right up on his toes and chops down into the gully for a single. Had to wait for it. 124 for Cook, 399 for 7. Glamorgan are approaching 800 runs for the match. Durham have 630, so yeah, over 1,400.
How many do you reckon then? Should get the calculator out.
As that is played on the offside by Van der Hoogten. Well, at the moment, Glamorgan are on 789. And Durham have 630, which makes 1,419 runs so far, I believe.
Right, well, this is about to become the second highest aggregate scoring match involving Durham.
Short ball, down leg side, no ball.
Ash Thorpe says it was a national quarter-final. They've now qualified for finals day next week.
Well done, Ash.
Yeah.
Now come to the last half hour with us.
400 runs comes up with a wide.
Thank you to Ash Thorpe for his contributions on the last couple of days, to Tim Bostock, the Durham Chief Executive, and to Marcus North, the Durham Director of Cricket. Delayed it to Van der Hoogten, the Dutch derby. And Van der Hoogten takes a single down towards backward square. 124 has Chris Cook. Tim Van der Hoogten moves under 41 with that single. 402 for 7 to lead 162.
402.
There are... I'm struggling to read the overs left. 29 or 28 after this one. Delayed a ball up in the block hole out. Well, that was the Yorker your correspondent was looking for, and Cook played it well, digging it out and sending it to mid-off. Right. 402 for 7. The lead is 162. There are 29 overs in the match left, and therefore a maximum of 26 for Durham to bat. Right.
Two if they change over at the end of the innings, but it's not going to happen. Right, 1,422 runs have been scored in this game. So it equals Hampshire against Durham at the Rose Bowl in 2011. The highest is Derbyshire against Durham at Queen's Park in Chesterfield in 1994, which was 1,570.
So it's the highest here, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I'm surprised, really, because, 1,400, 350 a day? It's not exceptional these days.
Rain in, ball pushed away, upfield, 4-4. So there you are, that's now the second highest score.
Well, yes, the field for that ball was set that there was only a deep square leg who wasn't in a catching position. And Durham, having bowled the last ball last night with everyone around the bat to Billy Root, have now resorted to similar funky field setting for rain bowling to Van der Hoogten.
So it's 1,426, this aggregate now. I was wondering if we might be, and that was in 2011, that one. Rain into Van der Hoogten. Defensive, played short into the ground, loops into 12th man. In Travaskis's hands. He's halfway up the strip on the leg side, nearly touching the cut strip.
It's silly mid-on. There's 2 short mid-wickets catching. There's a silly-ish mid-off, just a little bit further back than Travaskis. There's a short cover, a gully, and a slip, with only square leg and mid-on outside the group.
Rain bowls. This has gone up towards mid-off. No run there.
Well, it's starting to tip in favour of the draw, isn't it? I'm sure Durham would still have a bash from now on. But
that Hampshire game, let me just run you through that scorecard. So Durham first innings 473, 118 for Daniel Benkenstein. Half centuries for Mustard, Blackwell, Mutchell and Stoneman. Then Hampshire made 294, 75 for Neil Mackenzie, 50 for Liam Dawson, 56 for Nick Potas. Must have been a big second innings score somewhere then. Durham 310 for 3 declared, 135 for Stokes, 55 for Benkenstein, Mutchell 52. And then Hampshire, Jimmy Adams 105 at the top of the order, Liam Dawson 70. They were 345 for 5. Ben Stokes had 5 consecutive sixes in the Durham second innings off Liam Dawson. Round the wicket comes Rain, bowls to Van der Houten. It stays low. He just looks to clip at it, misses it, and it doesn't quite carry to the keeper. Or if he did clip it, it didn't quite carry to the keeper. In comes Rain. It's pulled out towards long leg. There's a man there. Where's it gone? Oh, it's hit. Short leg.
Yeah, I was looking like you between the two fielders out deep on the leg side, because that was clobbered off the meat of the bat, wasn't it?
I don't know what that hit there. It was Liam Travaskis who was in the firing line. Seems to be all right.
Good padding these days.
Is he all right or not? What's happening? Yeah.
He seems to be meandering over to take his place for the next over. So we have got a change of bowling as Ajaz Patel will have a crack from the Lumley end just for a change. He's bowled most of this match at the Fingal end. Glamorgan 406 for 7. The lead by 166 runs. There are 28 overs remaining in the match, and therefore Durham can only bat for 25 of them, even if Patel works magic. Tosses that one up. Chris Cook pushes forward.
Talking about what was needed this morning from a Glamorgan point of view, I think Sussex was mentioned in passing, wasn't it?
The Great Escape, yeah.
As an example of something that had happened recently, as Paul recalls, 737?
It was. As Cook flat bats one away on the offside for a single out towards deep cover. On that occasion, they batted for over 6 sessions for the draw. This game, it was 4 sessions and 10 overs that they required to see out.
Must have been quite hard to commentate on that one.
Well, not as hard as you would have thought, really, because it didn't go dead until halfway through the afternoon session on the final day.
Right.
That was the point at which Sussex's run chase would have got too great.
Sorry, I've won.
Wow. Patel bowls down leg side, and Van der Houten does not make contact. Robinson takes neatly. Second highest successful championship run chase of all time at Canterbury.
Surrey have chased 501, the 8th highest first-class chase anywhere.
Patel bowls, that one pops up to slip, but there is no appeal. It was off the pad.
Dom Sibley makes 140, not out from 7.5 weeks in the middle. 415 balls.
Yay.
Just the 9th instance of a side chasing down 500 plus in first-class cricket.
As in response to that ball looping to slip off the pad, Durham have had another slip. Patel bowls and Van der Houten pushes forward, pads it away on the leg side. A polite inquiry from behind the stumps. So there's a silly point in front of the batter. There are 2 slips behind him, and there's a short cover on the drive. 407 for 7. The Scott Borthwick book of fielding place variations is obviously an extensive tome. Last ball of Patel's over. And Van der Hoogten hits it through the offside for 4 runs. Van der Hoogten moves to 49 off 122 deliveries. Glamorgan are 411 for 7. They lead by 171. 27 overs remaining in the match. Durham could do with a hat-trick.
Craig Porritt says, "Hi, Marty and Nick. I've been listening to the commentary while working, but I'm logging off now and heading to the shed to continue watching the stream there. I'm hoping a change of location will take the final wickets." Thanks for the commentary, Craig. I think you might need to move your shed.
Thank you, Craig.
Bit of a delay going on here before the next over begins. This game coming to you from the verb peter, as in to peter out. Stanley McAlinden can magic up some wickets here.
The teenage tearaway. That's the first time he's bowled from this end, possibly.
McAlinden in bowls, full toss down the leg side. It's a good stop from the keeper because that was motoring.
Wild.
McAlinden, Finkel end. Oh, that nips in sharply. It was too high, I think. Too high would be my assessment of that.
Well, that gave Chris Cook something to think about. It's a fairly solid wallop into the Cook protective armoury somewhere, one would hope. As he wanders down for a word with Tim Van der Hoogten. Watch this bloke, he's bowling fast.
Next ball played up to Lees at mid-on. Oh, it was a direct hit of the stumps at the bowler's end, but Cook was already in the crease. Middle stump is out the ground. Have you been occupying your time on an evening then? You've been out in a rowboat or anything on the river?
No, I've taken the air into the city centre a couple of times, but to be honest, my energy levels have been fairly low this week.
Yes. McAlinden in.
Okay.
Toss down the leg side. That's come out the back of the hand. It's going to be signalled as a bye.
That's unfair on Robinson. That's a shocking delivery.
173 the lead now. So 26 overs to gone. You're thinking this is nearly done. Over rate is level. McAlinden in again, bowls. And again, it's down the leg side. I don't know if this is a plan or a lack of radar.
Well, he got a catch down the leg side, didn't he, of the left-hander Ul Hassan last night sometime.
Yeah.
Nice to speak to Zain Ul Hassan in interview form for the first time last night. Trying to cram his life story into 3 minutes.
McAlinden in again. Bowles pulled out to deep mid wicket. There's a fielder out there. It's cut off. 1 run to Cook, who moves on to 127.
Yeah, there's a lot more I could have asked him about the grind of the would-be pro, having been let go by his first professional side, Worcestershire, then playing for half a dozen second 11s in the space of 2 years. Also for the South Asian Cricket Academy, which is designed for cases such as his, players who haven't quite made it, or have not been caught up by the county's radar. And they compete against county second teams, and then Ul Hassan played some games for Glamorgan 2s and duly got signed as Patel bowls, and Cook pushes a single into the leg side. The bowler Patel runs about 30 metres towards mid-wicket before discovering that mid-on is going to get there anyway. 414 for 7. 174 runs. In the lead?
If they get the 551, then this will be the highest aggregate score in a game involving Durham.
As Van der Hoogten didn't quite control that one. It was popped out on the leg side, but wide of short leg. The board, I don't think, has put the last run on. No, it has. 415 for 7. Van der Hoogten is on 49 not out. As Patel bowls, and Van der Hoogten will reach his half-century there as he plays that one down to deep point, and he's reached it off 125 balls, and it includes 6 fours, but the stat of 146 minutes at the crease, nearly 2.5 hours, is a key one for Glamorgan as well. So this partnership have now put on 143 as Cook drives into the offside. And there's no run. There is a 0 chance of them having enough time to beat the record 8th wicket stand as Cook plays 1-2 backward point. And there's no run. Last ball coming up of Ajaz Patel's over. 10 wickets in the last match, none so far in this innings as Cook drives to mid-off. And there's no run. Patel 0 for 81 in the first innings, and now 0 for 95 in the second. He hasn't bowled badly, but he hasn't really had anything much to work with. Or 16 for 7. Well, again, if Glamorgan do save this game, it'll feel like a victory, but on the other hand, questions need to be asked about how they got so far behind the 8 ball in the first place. You know, it's a feel-good draw if Glamorgan do get a draw, but some questions do need to be answered.
McAlinden in, start of a new over. So Van der Hoogten's 50 coming in 125 balls, was it?
Yep, 6 fours.
Linden bowls. This has gone off to the gully along the floor, no run there.
And I suppose that that quarter chance to the keeper of Cook leg glancing is probably about the nearest they've got, isn't it?
And then bowls, no ball. Played back up to mid-off, no run other than the no ball. Comes McAlinden, slow and lowish, round past the off stump, through to the keeper.
Yeah, we're now getting into T20 chase territory, aren't we? That's part of 8 runs and over. 9 runs and over would now be needed. Should Durham get the opportunity?
$118 for 7. McAlinden with a bouncer, pulled down into the ground out through deep mid-wicket by Van der Houten for 1. Time is it? We're nearly there. We're nearly at the shaky hands time.
16:49. I think Durham will give it another 10 minutes. Just to show willing.
McAlinden bowls, turned by Cook to mid-wicket for 1. How many balls left? 1 ball left of this over. It is 10-5.
Yeah, so with agreement, Glamorgan could declare now. And the match could be brought to a halt if Scott Borthwick has given up hope.
McAlinden with a delivery to Rain at mid-off. Gonna have a drinks break here, I think, for the batsman, but no sign the bowlers are wanting to go off just yet. Can't be long.
24 overs left of the game. 21 max for Durham to bat. Lead 180. Best part of 9 and over would be needed.
Richard Murray, would the umpires allow sawdust to be brought on with the helmet to hide the helmet behind a pile of sawdust to prevent the penalty points? Paulson aside, I'm looking at a 5 o'clock handshake. Good draw on a lifeless pitch.
As the first ball of Patel's over is played to Jones at gully and there is no run.
He said, I'll take the chance now to thank you both for the excellent commentary. Nice to meet you, Nick, he said.
Thank you very much indeed. Next ball defended by Chris Cook.
Stuart Dick has sent a GIF, which, or a meme or whatever. Me the last 3 hours. Come on, do something.
Patel bowls. Chris Cook does do something. He comes down the pitch, drives to mid-on, and then turns round and goes back to his crease again.
Well, it wasn't to be a 5th win for Durham today, but as always, I've enjoyed the radio commentary, says Paul Lund.
Thank you, Paul. As Cook cuts, and we'll get 4 runs down to the scoreboard, away to our right. And Chris Cook, with that blow, brings up the 150 partnership of 232 balls. What's that? 38 point something overs. Cook's scored 77 of them, and Van der Houten 51, and a helping of sundries as well. Cook comes down the wicket, drives to mid-on. This is his highest score of the season. beating the 132 at Leicester. Patel in bowls. Cook pushes forward gently. Doesn't want to give it away now, as Glamorgan have done so much to earn an improbable second draw in a row.
Paul says, looking forward to Friday's T20 against Derbyshire, and I'm just contemplating Jobe Bellingham's transfer fee, just the 87 million less or so than in his big brother's move to Real Madrid. Yes.
How much are you worth then? How many million are you worth?
John Hutchison's been on. Alas, my prediction was wrong. I think the unseasonably hot weather in Chesley Street is done for the lads. Onwards and upwards and move on. Well, Scott Borthwick's going to give himself a twirl and replace McAlinden. Right arm over, bit of leg spin from the Finkel end. We've not really seen any movement at all for the spinners today. There's not been much turn at all. .5 overs to go. Played out into the covers. 2 miles this time by Van der Houten, no run. Next ball is played out in the covers again. This one's whipped away out through mid-wicket for a single.
And in my match report for BBC Sport Online, the delete key will be frequently used over the next few minutes.
Next ball deleted and pushed away into the offside. It's off down towards backward point, no run there, end of the over.
So into the final knockings of this match, you would suspect. 22 overs remain. Less any potential change of innings. Patel starts a new over, and it's turned on the leg side by Van der Houten. No run. Patel bowls again. Van der Houten stretches forward. Of course, having gone so far, these two will be very keen to have red inkers, asterisks next to their name, not outs, in other words, in the batting averages, as Van der Houten drives to mid-off. And it's all got a bit of a desultory air about it now, even though it is a proper bowling. Van der Houten plays another one to mid-off, and again, no one else moves. 425 for 7. Patel tosses one up, Van der Houten squirts it wide of fourth slip. No run. Say fourth slip. The fourth slip position, there are only 2 of them. Van der Houten bowls quicker and flatter. Van der Houten plays it to cover. There is no run. 425 for 7 are Glamorgan. The Great Escape Part 2. The credits are about to roll. Patel, 40 overs, bless him. 0 for 99. His ice bath or ice-cool drink of his choice will taste good.
At the minute, we have 1,445 aggregate runs in this match, 1,020 in the first innings. This partnership's 152 now. make that 153 as Cook plays it out towards deep point.
So points for the match will be Durham 13 and Glamorgan 10. Is that correct? 5 points each for the draw. Dot ball.
Next ball is bowled by Borthwick and finds its way to point. Under Hooton on 52. Borthwick in. This goes off to short mid-wicket to Travaskis. Next ball in. Defended on a length. Borthwick racing through this. There's no issue with the over rate. It's level. 2 balls left. Here's the first of them. That's nudge to short mid-wicket, no run. Final ball of the over. That's defended. Borthwick, after he delivers every ball, throws his arm in the air as if he's about to celebrate a wicket, but he's not. They're looking at the scoreboard here. The clock hasn't ticked over to 5 yet. He stares at the scoreboard. Come on, tick over. And any moment now it will. And that will be that. All the players are just staring at each other. They're about to shake hands here. He's just waiting for the scoreboard to click over. There we go. Match drawn.
Well batted, Chris Cook and Tim van der Hoogten.
Well, so what was the 1,446 runs.
Well. Deja vu all over again. 6 sessions plus at Hove, 4 sessions and 10 overs at Chestler Street. Glamorgan remain unbeaten in the championship season, even though they're not winning many. Durham, though, of course, stay top of the table with maximum bonus points and the 5 draw points. 426 for 7. The lead at that point, 186.
They batted 118 overs. What was the partnership in the end? Did we say
the partnership
153?
They came together at 273. So yeah, 153. And there we are. Glamorgan have done it again, just about. Durham denied, frustrated for the second time by Glamorgan this season, albeit the rain was largely responsible in Cardiff. And a draw which looked improbable when Gorvin was dismissed early in the afternoon session. Cook and van der Hoogten, not for the first time for Glamorgan, have seen it out and snatched 5 points back. Did we get the highest aggregate for any Glamorgan match or just on this ground? Any Durham match or just on this ground?
It was the second highest.
Second highest for Durham of all time, but highest on this ground. Thank you very much. There we are. Well, thank you very much indeed for listening. Martin will be back in this very commentary box on Friday evening. And I will be down at Chelmsford on Friday evening for coverage of our respective T20 matches.
Van der Hoogten made 52, didn't he?
52 not out, yeah. Durham 13 points, Glamorgan 10, which reflects Durham's first innings superiority, but they couldn't turn that into a victory. Thank you, everyone who's contributed, emailed, tweeted in. Thank you very much to several people who've tweeted in the last half hour or so. Neil Thornycroft, Ian Evans, John Hughes, Richie Muck, Neil G, all regular Glamorgan followers. Thank you for your attention. It's been an absolute pleasure as always.
I'm just waiting for an update for Radio Newcastle, and then we'll be switching everything off and going off to get our close of play interviews. Yes, they have held on. We've just had handshakes at 5 o'clock. Frustration for Durham because for the second time this season, Glamorgan have managed to get a draw in a game which Durham had basically dominated. They resumed on the final day, 81 runs behind. Durham needing 6 wickets, but throughout the day, they only managed to get the 3. So Chris Cook led the fight back from Glamorgan's point of view with a very defiant 134 not out. Tim van der Houten not out on 52. Their partnership 153 for the 8th wicket, and at 1,446 runs, the highest aggregate score in a game on this ground. That's it from us then, everybody. We'll be getting reaction and see you on Friday for a 6:30 start against Derbyshire. Meanwhile, Nick will be running the gauntlet at Chelmsford. Goodbye.